Blink and it's gone. Hesitate and you're history.
Gotta move, gotta move, gotta move.
Oh, she lost. Unbelievable.
This is women's speed chess.
Oh my goodness!
It's a collision of elite minds, a global showcase of brilliance under pressure.
Wow. Beautiful checkmate there from Vaishali.
Their precision, razor sharp. The attacks, blistering. The tactics, bold. And their tempo, lightning fast.
Knight G4 and mate. Ooh, make sure you do your tactics at home, boys and girls. Knight H4, you win the queen. That's it. That's a match.
Wenjun is the champion.
The 2025 Women's Speed Chess Championship starts now.
Hello and welcome to the Women's Speed Chess Championship, where the action is lightning fast and packed with drama. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm absolutely thrilled to have here with me one of the most creative minds in the chess world. She's a champion player. She's also a top commentator. She's a chess author. She's just done everything. It is, of course, Women's Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, you joined us at a perfect time. This competition has been so exciting so far.
Oh, I absolutely cannot wait to call this action with you. This is one of my favorite events, the Women's Speed Chess Championships. And the bracket so far is shaping out quite nicely for the fans, isn't it?
It has been an absolutely fascinating. It's been thrilling. It's been absolutely amazing at times. But let's check out the brackets because, as Jan mentioned, we've already had 4 quarterfinalists, and now we're going to find out 2 more. We're going to find out who is going to challenge Alice Lee, and we're going to begin with zooming in the bottom right. Who's going to be facing off against Katerina Lagno in the quarterfinals? Because it is a match between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Carissa Yip. Now, Jennifer, this one, to my eyes, is perhaps too close to call.
Well, it's a really good match. A rising star, Carissa Yip, versus the great Alexandra chess queen, Kosteniuk, who has really crushed in every format, every decade. She's just amazing. So, yes, I mean, this one has really got me on the edge of my seat, and I'm grateful to be able to call it.
Yeah, me too. I think it's going to be very close. It's going to be all determined perhaps by the first portion, because let's have a look at the time control. A lot of our matches have actually been decided in almost a 5+1, where one player has racked up a significant lead. We're going to begin with 40 minutes of 5+1, then time shrinks, so does the time control, 30 minutes of 3+1, and finally 15 minutes of pure unadulterated bullet chess 1+1. Which one of these is your favorite, Jen?
Oh, I really like watching the 5-minute portion, because then I get to really get sinking into their moves and see the reasons that they're playing them. Such fantastic players. It's all so much fun, though. For the chess, I like the 5-minute. For the excitement, you got to go with the bullet.
It has everything. That's what I find as well. You know, the chess, I think we see the chess mastery, the skill, the strategy, 5+1, and then the intense pressure, as you said. You know, it's going to be all there for every one of us to enjoy and see on the bullet chess. And whilst we're waiting for the players to get ready, Jen, I have to ask you, Carissa seems to be getting better and better, right? She's had a tremendous year. She's US champion. She won the Cairns Cup. And now she's facing off against, in my eyes, one of the legends of the game. You know, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she was 12th Women's World Champion. She's also been, Blitz champion, also World Cup winner. She's done pretty much everything there is to do in chess. And what do you think is going to take for either of them to beat the other one?
You know, it's going to really come down to, I think, the time scrambles and who's going to be able to come ahead in that portion. You know, Carissa Yip is certainly on fire lately. I mean, that Cairns Cup victory, I mean, she seems, after graduating from Stanford University, to be on the fast track to the Grandmaster title. But this woman, Alexandra Kosteniuk, has done it all, as you said. So I'm looking for some predictions from our Twitch chat. A lot of nice matchups. Yeah, usually there's a clearer favorite in this first round. But in this case, it's really so close, Jovi. If you had to pick, who are you going to go for the win in this match?
Oh, okay. If push comes to shove, I'm probably going for Alexandra Kosteniuk. Just because I feel that Alexandra's very consistent. She's been absolutely fantastic. She has a very powerful style. Carissa, I think, is going to match her. I think, especially in the 5+1 portion, 3+1. I don't know what her bullet skills are like, though. But we are soon going to be finding out as the games kick off. And on we go.
Oh yeah, here we go. And I was gonna say that I feel like if Carissa does manage to win this match, it's gonna be because of some good openings. She has been very dedicated to her chess, so working a lot on the opening stage of the game. But look at this. She kicks it off with, I mean, what do you even call this? This is like a
Hippo.
the hippo, right? The hippo. Oh man. Sam Shanklin has a line about that, right? If the opening is
Yeah.
named after an animal, it's not very good.
And wow, we see already Alexandra with the white pieces. She's pushing forward in the center, playing really aggressive chess. H4, H5, E5, taking the space. I'm actually not very sure about this E5 move in principle because I feel like Black's play becomes a lot freer now that the pawn structure has been determined. And there we're seeing bishop to b7. And it's going to be interesting because we have seen some of the players just come armed to the matches with a blitz repertoire. So I will be very curious to see whether Carissa actually is loyal to the hippo in this match.
No, I think it's gonna be a one and done. No, because right now you're right. She has gotten in a really good position. It's potential that White maybe overpressed a little bit, should have waited a little longer before playing E5, because now Carissa does have an easier game, and it's hard to feel too sad about her choice of the hippo now. Hey, maybe it's time to
Yeah.
go to the zoo today for Carissa Yip. Is what's she gonna do here now? Like a move like knight D7. Maybe she didn't like the idea that that D6 pawn would be hanging after something with a knight E4 in some variation. So she actually just plays D5 herself. And now that bishop on A2 is a bit locked in.
Yeah. And I really like the way that she's clarified the pawn structure. D5, just lock the position down. And often in the hippo, you're just quite comfortable putting your knights on E7, D7. And here, actually, she's got a really good version because knight goes to E7, the other knight would go to C6, and there's pressure in the center. Okay, well, now there's pressure against C5. So Carissa has to take some action there. You can't let that stronghold fall. So I'm expecting, yeah, definitely knight d7 or queen c7. You'd always have to be a little bit, careful about potential sacrifices, some kind of funny business going on in g5. But so far, I don't see anything. So it's a good start for Carissa.
Maybe Alexandra can further loosen up the structure by getting A5 in at some moment. Because if things just kind of hang around, I am getting a little worried about Kosteniuk's position because it just feels like once Carissa improves her knight to F5, it can get very annoying. And look at that, pawn takes D4 was Carissa's choice. The computer hates it, adorning this move with a question mark. I wonder why that is, because if White takes with the bishop, it would seem that Black has a really good game. Yeah, I think the computer wanted Carissa to, Kosteniuk to take with a knight somehow, and maybe there was a sacrificing that pawn on E5, because this just looks very pleasant for Black now.
Yeah, now this looks very nice for Black, right? It's almost like a dream light square strategy because you got your central stronghold there on d5. The black king is relatively safe. It's the white king that is actually quite precariously placed because you can see a rook coming to c8 lining up, and the f5 square has been covered by white's last move, but I don't feel like in terms of space that black is necessarily cramped. It's all going to be about king safety, rook c8, just keep improving the pieces, and the knight can actually jump to a5, can jump to c4. I mean, there's so many possibilities for black, whereas for white, I'm struggling to see a way to break through.
When she castle queenside, which is a move that I generally love to see because it represents fireworks and excitement. But in this particular position, it does worry me a little bit because we've got our pawn hanging out here on A4. Usually not the combo we want with our king on C1. But I do like Kosteniuk's move a lot, G4, stopping knight F5. I think even though the computer says black has a big edge, it's not that easy for black to play. But queen C7 would certainly be on my radar here, Jovi, as I'd be looking at trying to pressure the E5 pawn.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think that as black, you have to be very comfortable with playing with your king in the middle of the board. So you don't want to be castling kingside because, like you, I'm really like pounding the table for these opposite side castlings. But you definitely don't want to be doing that with black because of like potential sacrifices. And now we are talking about sacrifices. One has been made. Now it's not one that white should be accepting because if you open up the A line, then there's going to be all problems down the A line with the rook boring down on A2. So I love this move from Carissa.
Oh yeah, fun move. Very observant here. Just also getting rid of a little bit of a weakness on B6. I was thinking of like the slow queen C7, and Chris is just like, nope, let's go. And notice that it brings in another square possibility for that queen coming to A5. And Kosteniuk takes the pawn with the queen. Look at this. This is very risky. Can she get away with it?
Yeah, I mean, this is, as you mentioned, wow, very gutsy chess. And well, now as Kosteniuk, I would be begging to trade off the queens. And sure enough, queen to B6, but you got to move the queen. You got to say no thanks to that trade, and just continue with attacking on the queen's side.
Oh yeah, say absolutely not. You might be the chess queen, but that doesn't mean I have to trade chess queens with you. As we really, really don't want to do that. No, no, no.
Yeah, absolutely not. And well, it's been a perfect start for Carissa. And Carissa, just looking at the camera, she looks so calm and collected. Whenever I've seen her play, she looks always unaffected by nerves whatsoever. And I mean, how do you hold your composure when you're playing in such high tension environments and scenarios?
It's very tough, but I think you have champions like these, they thrive under the pressure. And at some point, they start to realize that, you know what? Feeling the pressure could be good for me, not bad. Interesting that the computer gives this move a question mark. I wonder if it has something to do with some kind of sacrifice because the queen is still on the line with that rook on d1. Like, I'm just feeling like we have nothing to lose here for white because our position is pretty concerning, to say the least. So maybe some kind of knight e4 idea was in the cards. Anyway, that didn't happen. Rook e1 castles and queen c5. And Carissa just has delightful compensation here for the pawn. But Kosteniuk, with an extra minute on the clock, can Yip figure out how to get this mating attack through in time?
Wow, yeah, you're right. I hadn't noticed that Carissa just has over a minute on the clock. Now, which one is better? A time advantage or like a position like this for black, right? Where black has all the play, but there's nothing concrete as of yet. But you only got 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, we do have that 1 second increment, which does change everything. And look at this, they repeated the moves once. I think Carissa's going to go for it. She's not going to do a second repetition. Maybe
Yeah.
a rook
Well,
b8.
she's now.
I'm feeling
That's the
rook
move
b.
that appeals to me.
Yeah, let's go. Rook c8. Hey, that one looks pretty good too. Because we see the queen is under fire now. And if you go back to b6, maybe we change our mind and play rook b8. There's no real good squares for that queen, except, I mean, I guess queen d6 is the exception, but that just looks like a queen kind of like hanging around in the enemy's garden without
Yeah.
much of a plan.
That is actually true. You know, it's a shame actually that the white queen couldn't continue sticking to its counterpart because there was like queen b7, queen b6, and then there was queen d6. And now actually I'm worried for her life because look at that. That knight moves away from e7 and that queen on d6 is gonna get trapped. Oh, this is bad news for Alexandra. How do you save that one? Yeah, okay. It's probably only move. Well, but Carissa down to 30 seconds on the clock.
That's right. It's hard to try to figure out how to trap your opponent's queen quickly. Um, I mean, knight f5, queen b6. It looks like she's hanging in there somehow. So Carissa just plays rook a b8, trying to cut off this b6 square. Although it is kind of interesting that we don't actually have a square for that knight on e7 that doesn't lose the knight. Not that it necessarily matters if we're winning the queen, but it kind of does. Anyway, queen a3 was Alexandra's choice, having now the very aesthetic a2 and a1 squares. Not so
But it's
much.
still finding that mouse hole, right, Jen? It's still surviving. I'm really impressed by how Alexandra's keeping the game alive. Okay, now guessing you have to get out of dodge, and now the other rook comes in to just close down the door on that one. But still 14 seconds left for Carissa, and Alexandra still keeping the game alive.
What a little rook waltz there. But yeah, I'm very terrified here. The move bishop c4 appeals to me. Bishop takes c4 would lead to queen takes b2 check. There's so many appealing ideas, but only 13 seconds and she's done it. Bishop c4 looks even better now with that knight on a4 hanging.
Yeah. And now how to survive this one? I mean, you cannot take the bishop because, okay, you might as well go for the tried and tested, swap of queens. Of course, that is not going to happen. And wow, zooming in on the players. Got to get at that queen.
Such intensity coming from Alexandra Kosteniuk, but it might be too late for her. This position is dire.
It is bad. And seconds left on the clock, though, for Carissa and for Alexandra. It's ticking down. She's still surviving. She's still staying alive. Carissa not managing to find that killer blow. Oh,
Whoa, what happened? I didn't catch that, but we will take a
Carissa
quick
yet
look.
won.
On time, it must
She
have been
won
on
on
time.
time.
Yes. Wow, what a game. That was a very, very impressive performance. And you know what it shows me? Carissa is not afraid of long games. She actually wants to make the games long. Because it's kind of like this hippopotamus created a situation where the middle game was eternal. Maybe this is her plan. Eternal
Exactly.
middle game.
Is that would be a new strategy for the books, right? Just to keep a nice long middle game and keep it going for as long as possible. Don't make any trades. And talking about trades, we do have trades, and we're seeing a really unusual position actually with a symmetrical pawn structure, but two doubled d pawns.
Commentator's curse. I say eternal middle game, and instantly we get queen e2, queen e7. Hey, we got a queenless middle game coming up. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, after bishop takes c2, and what really determines an endgame in the first place, Jovi? How do you tell whether something is an endgame versus a middle game?
Exactly. It's like one of those complicated things. I think you have the trade of more than queens at least. So queens and yeah, this one actually is an end game, I would say, just because the fact that you've traded off quite a few minor pieces. So yeah. But I don't know, there's all the pawns are still on the board. So that somehow kind of contributes to the middle game factor.
What I usually tell my students is that it's an end game when your king is safe in the center, or pretty safe in the center. And yeah, actually, that I think that the kings are pretty safe in the center. So I would say this one is definitely closer to a end game by my definition.
Yeah.
But
Okay. I don't think I've ever thought about the question like too much. Somehow we've always just kind of felt our way through when is an end game. It's like that that question, what is love? And suddenly yeah, someone asks you that and you're like, I don't know. What is love? And the same with end game. What is an end game? You're like, yeah, but I
end
like your definition.
Endgame is love. Now, who's more scary here? They both have very excellent game faces. Carissa is so balanced, almost like a poker face, I have to say, as a poker player. Like you can't really tell. Like if she had lost her last game, you wouldn't even be able to notice. And Kosteniuk brings in such intensity, incredible intensity. You know, Gary Kasparov has been known to be just like so intense that his opponents sometimes feel like resigning when he shows up at the board. And I think that Alexandra gives off a vibe that really makes you understand that she's never going to quit fighting.
Absolutely. And yeah, for me, I find Carissa very difficult to read. I've seen her play fantastic chess. I've seen many of her interviews. I have loved many of her interviews, but I have never been able to figure out whether she's entirely being serious or she's having fun. So, so I find her in principle just very difficult. person to kind of understand and get to grips with. And I'm very, very much in awe of her talent. Alexandra, on the other hand, she's a lot more straightforward. She has a very powerful play. I have a terrible score against her. She beats me all the time because she literally just goes for my king, and I cannot handle that. And she's just an aggressive, direct player. And we're seeing that Carissa now has some decisions to make. She's lifted up the rook on the board, and now the question is for Alexandra. Like, does she kind of go c5, cement her pawn structure? Does she make the trades? I'm kind of tempted just to copy the pawn structure and go c5. Yes.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, it seems like the position is pretty symmetrical, so it should be okay. But black is a little bit behind on move count. So if there is some way for Alexandra I mean, for Carissa to target something, it could be concerning. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
F5 on the board, trying to dislodge this powerful rook.
Yes, there's one other thing that concerns me, like looking deeper in the position. Black is never going to get any control over the E line, and this bishop on c8 is just locked out of the game for the time being. So I actually really like what she's doing with a4. She's preparing b5. I was worried that Carissa herself might be, oh, is that some sacrifice there? A b5 undermines c4. But yeah, I was actually worried that Carissa would just go a4 and just lock that bishop out of the game once and for all. But okay, maybe Alexandra's found a nice way to initiate some play on the queen side.
You're right, but it does look like very appealing to white. But how to make anything out of your position here? Because right now this bishop does guard the money square on e7. Bad bishop defending a very, very important square.
Yeah, that's what they say. Bad bishops make good defenders. And yeah, there's no inroad into the position at all for white. So maybe the key is just to trade it off. You know, of course, take care of the rook coming into a2. But I'm just thinking moves like g3, bishop to f4, and then zoom in with a rook to e7.
Yeah, I like that idea. We do have control over the only open file on the okay, that's not true. There's A files open too. But we have control we are the only one who has control of an open file on the board right now that we can actually potentially use as this king really beautifully stops this rook from getting involved. And sure, somebody might ask, well, why not just double the rooks? Like something like rook A7 with the idea of playing rook A8 and then gaining control that way. And hey, that's a pretty good question, actually. Maybe that is going to be what Kosteniuk is going to look at as indeed your idea of G3 has been banged down by Carissa Yip going for that 2-0 start. Can she do it?
Can she go for 2-0? I mean, it's so many of the matches we've seen, like from Hou Yifan, from Wenjun, they took a massive lead in the 5+1 that somehow it was just insurmountable. But we also saw some comebacks. Alice Lee showing us that a 3-point deficit was able to be mown down. But okay, now we're seeing very interesting position. I still worried about the bishop on b7 for Alexandra. It's doesn't have any hope of getting into the game and having a role for now.
A very sad bishop indeed. Rook f8. Well, the idea there is that we can stick our rook on f7 potentially to guard e7 if need be. I don't see exactly how that helps us that much. So maybe there's another idea behind this move to play f4 herself. Oh, and look at this. Bishop f4 has been played. Computer thinks it's a huge blunder. Okay. Let's see why. After king takes f4, after bishop takes f4, pawn takes f4.
Rook f6.
Rook f7 indeed. And now rook e7 could be played. Computer wanted something besides that, Jovi. Not exactly sure what. Maybe they did like some kind of rook a6, rook a8 idea.
I think rook f6. You can do it that way. Rook f6, rook a6. And then, woo, the white king's in trouble.
I see. I see. So, hey, maybe it is still a middle game. But instead, Alexandra going for a more defensive posture here. That often happens when you're in a worse position. It can be very difficult to spot aggressive ideas for yourself, right? Ooh, d6 check. but it doesn't win anything.
I know, but it was so beautiful. You couldn't take that pawn because the bishop was hanging on b7, and now, well, decisions. How are you gonna deal with that one? Now the g pawn is gonna fall. Okay,
Well, a
first
miracle.
picks up.
This is a miracle that Alexandra is doing okay because Carissa's just mowing down pawns. But I guess the problem is that you've got those doubled F pawns, which really limits your winning potential here, even though it seems like White should be doing great after Rook takes H7.
Yeah, it just goes to show that all rook and pawn endings, like that terrible saying, is a draw because, like you say, the white rook is more active. You got that extra pawn, but yeah, it's terrible. It's about the quality of the pawns, not the quantity. And okay, well, I was expecting rook takes h7, but instead we see the king approach, and now rook h6, and you can't defend the pawn on h2 and without going on the passive.
Right, without rook to g2. I think it could have been more testing potentially to play rook takes h7 because this one looks even more balanced. And yes, Carissa give another valiant effort here though, as she's showing that she came here to win.
Yeah, she showed that actually. Her first game was so impressive. Choosing, one of these hippo openings, very flexible, just saying to Alexandra, come at me. Alexandra is also in an aggressive frame of mind. She showed h4, h5, and here, now it's really interesting rook and pawn endgame because as I was thinking, actually black has a protected passed pawn on d4, so that's why uh, Carissa is just like, no, let me deal with that one. And now we're seeing some checks, but the f pawn is going.
Don't forget, it is speed chess, so that doesn't always mean that things are going to be drawn as quickly as people think.
Hmm.
Well, this one, it does look like a lot of pawns are going to be coming off the board soon. Let's see. Black technically up a pawn right now. How to hold on to them.
Yeah. And actually, what a fight back there from Alexandra because she was down in material. She was the one struggling on the position. And now she's turned it around into a position where if anyone is going to be pressing, it's going to be Alexandra who's going to be working hard. But 20 seconds left on the clock, and there's no easy way to make progress.
No, not really. This king is still really nicely placed here, ready to capture that pawn. And now it's going to be a draw. Rook first rook. Yes.
Yep.
Maybe they'll just do king versus king. There it is. Okay. So interesting draw there as Carissa maintains her 1 point lead. And the big question is, will she hippo again? What do you say?
Well, it has been answered. It is a carrow on the board. And well, we're going
Honor.
to see now. Is she going to go d5? She is going to go d5. And now we see the knights come off the board. And I actually had a game like this against Alexandra. She went bishop e2 against me, and she chased down my bishop. She didn't try. She just did a pawn storm against the king. And now, okay, you have a interesting line. H5 is not a move that I'm particularly familiar with because I've always been approaching this position as black, like just developing in the center, trying to provoke white to advancing with e5. And now for white, the whole key is that you have to keep the center very flexible. So here I'd recommend, going d4 or d3 and then just tucking the queen away and then just continuing with development.
I've never played this line for white, but does seem to be a favorite of some aggressive players. And I like what you say there, that you kind of want to hold on to the tension. Don't take on d5. Don't play e5. Those are the types of moves that a lot of newer players love to play to kind of clarify things. But great players, they tend to keep the questions more open.
Yes, and interesting move there with bishop to c5, just aimed at preventing d4 from white. But here, actually, what you really want to be doing as black is actually going d4 yourself. And you want to back that up with c5 and a knight coming to c6. and you just want to lock the position down and say, hey, the knights are so much better than the bishop, and it doesn't really matter that I've wasted so much time going d5, d4, and just ignoring development. So you actually see that from Carissa. So she's locked the game down. And now the question for Alexandra is she has to do something with that extra time she's been given in the opening.
Queen B3, not a fan is the computer. Going after that B pawn potentially, or is there another idea to that move?
Well,
Bishop
I think she
C6.
was afraid. Yeah, sorry there, Jen. I think she was afraid that the queen was going to get trapped. If you want to go d3, but if the queen is standing on f3, the knight can jump into e5, and
Hmm,
doesn't have too many squares.
a little awkward indeed. Yes, you're right about that. And we do see her play D3, but I feel like the queen's kind of awkward on B3 as well. Not necessarily in a trapping position, but just kind of like uh, it doesn't feel very comfortable in that square to me.
Yeah, I'm with you that I'm not comfortable with the queen being on b3. Actually, you kind of more prefer it to be on e2. So I suspect that the knight going to e2 wasn't the right direction. Maybe it needed to go back to b1, ironically enough, and let the queen sit on that square. But queen to b3, it is. It's still really closed, and it's still up to Alexandra to orchestrate a breakthrough. And now we're seeing Carissa, she's like saying, I want to make your life awkward for the queen. And there we are seeing a4 being responded. Castles being given a question mark is literally the most natural move on the board.
Yeah, very surprising. But yeah, I guess once you're castled, Bishop G5 feels a little bit more appealing than it used to. I have to say though, what I'm really impressed by here is just how quickly Alexandra is playing. You know, she's really aware she's no newcomer to these speed chess championship battles, and she knows how important it is to keep an edge on the clock. But Bishop G5, by the way, has been played, and then a quick Queen C7, and you can see some little issues here is the bishop on b6. Yes, it's protected, but it's not protected by any pawn. So there could be some tactical issues that come up. Not to mention the fact that that pawn on h5 could be vulnerable if we get e5 in at the right moment.
Yeah, totally agree. Black has to be really careful. And you almost feel like Black has to play something right now. And I'm just wondering whether like knight h7 is like a bit daft. Just asking questions to the bishop. Probably it is. Probably you should just play normal chess, go for like knight c5 or e5 or I don't just a normal move. Don't go knight h7.
Another big think here by Carissa Yip. It didn't hurt her when she was in the hippo, but there she had a great position. So I'm a little bit more nervous about it in this game where she doesn't have an edge exactly, and she's giving Kosteniuk a massive lead on the clock, a massive lead, almost
Yeah.
2 minutes, over 2 minutes now.
And I wonder whether she's thinking now that I've looked at this position a little bit more. I'm just looking at this bishop on b6. It's eye and the eye line of the white king. I wonder whether there's any knight c5, any potential tricks on the
Mm.
e4 square.
Oh, you're probably right. That's probably what
Something.
she's looking at. You know Carissa too well. She loves those tactics. Knight c5, knight e4. What an idea. Not her choice though. She ends up just playing pawn to c5. But you know what? Now the idea is, and that's why I always tell people, when you spend time looking at tactics, it's never wasted. Because notice that c5 has a similar idea. Play c4 next. And now, if you play pawn takes c4, we'll have that d3 check idea, which is exactly what you had in mind, except now we're sacking a pawn instead of a piece.
Yes. And we see both players play very aggressively. Both players want to win. And there we saw that if you wanted to vote for your favorite player to win, then you can type Carissa W or Alexandra W in chat, and be part of the poll. Also, it just sends good vibes to the players. I think it's so important for our players to have their fans cheering them on, sending them good wishes. And we're seeing some things happen.
All right, this is what you predicted. Lines like this. King F1 getting a big exclam here as after King E2. Oh, look at this. She's down a piece, but Carissa has to give it back with interest. What a beautiful defensive strategy by Kosteniuk. Fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, you're completely right. One of those knights has to fall. And the question is, do you allow a rook onto the seventh, or do you just kind of grimly hold on? Okay, Carissa goes for protecting the b7 point, but okay, she's just going to take. And now it's going to be invasion on the seventh rank anyway. You can just go bishop takes knight and zoom in with the rook to d7, and you're going to pick up b7. Okay, but you don't need to do that. You can also, this is so Alexandra Jen. She's
I love
going bishop
it.
f3. She's going to go g4.
Or now she can take the H pawn as well is the other issue, that after bishop h6, H just hangs. But the thing is about a player like Alexandra, when she has the two bishops, she wants to make sure she's getting enough cash back when she cashes one in, right? It's like
Exactly.
I want to have a pawn and the seventh rank. This is a negotiation. I can take bishop takes f6 anytime I want, and I want to make sure that I get full value from this transaction. And there it is. She is taking that pawn off on h5, but she doesn't get the seventh rank. So, okay, Carissa defending valiantly.
Yeah. And well, now Carissa has to be sharpening up those responses because she's down to 17 seconds left on the clock, and it's not an easy position by any means. Alexandra has a very nice plan. It's simple. Just keep pushing the kingside pawns and double on the D line. Okay, the computer is just pointing out f5. That's a classy move if there ever was one. Why have double pawns when you can give your opponent triple pawns?
Yeah, great point. Yeah, those triplets are not going to be happy. But king f3 instead. Kosteniuk's just chilling. Her opponent has 12 seconds, and their position is extremely dire. So the strategy of a lot of great Blitz players will be to just chill, make moves that slightly improve your position, and wait for them to blunder, because it's frankly very, very difficult to keep everything together under such pressure on the board and on the clock.
Yeah. And it's a massive time discrepancy as well with Alexandra, just over 2 minutes. And like you say, Carissa just there with 8 seconds on the clock. She's just playing by instinct. And yeah, they see the evaluation bar moving up and down, but that's almost irrelevant because it's all about, just playing quickly and just trying to kill the time. And there we see that f5 once again is the way forward for white. But it feels so weird, right? Because you have a pass pawn. Why not just push it? Push the H pawn.
I agree. I think it's one of those things where the computer is giving some hyper accurate moves, but in practice, Alexander Kosteniuk's just going to play good moves and while increasing her advantage, try to flag her opponent. It's a real win-win type situation here. Bishop c6, rook d7 check. We've been waiting for this moment to get our rook into prime position, and the woes are only going to increase here for Carissa. Yep, as bishop f3. Hey, the king has at least crawled around to stop these pawns, but g6 now is going to be a bone cruncher, I think.
And it is. And now the rook comes. Another pawn. It's like the house of cards. One goes and then suddenly four went at once. And that's it. That one equalizes the match. So 1.5 apiece. We still have just under 12 and a half minutes left on the match timer. So still everything to play for. How do you think Carissa will react to that loss? Is she famed for her bounce back ability?
Oh yeah, she's definitely an amazingly consistent and bounce backable opponent. My one thing would be I think she maybe got a little overconfident in that first game, Jovi, because she was down on time, but she was still able to outplay Kosteniuk and reel in the win. But in general, don't get down 2 minutes against the chess queen. If you repeat that, you're going to lose this match. And I think that Carissa is aware of that now. That she can't get into such huge time pressure against Kosteniuk and hope to win.
Oh, and there we see Carissa going for a very close position, going out with the Rossolimo, coming back with the bishop, and allowing black to establish a strong center. So now it's almost a very similar position to what we had before, at least in terms of white pawn structure. And to my eyes, black looks like they are cruising. That you've got your knight to c6, your pawn to c5, g6, bishop g7. It's not very easy for white to orchestrate, this f2, f4 undermining pawn break.
That's true. I hear what you're saying, that it does look like black got a little bit of the better of this. But, white has a lot of moves to improve the position, which I'm sure Carissa will play quickly. Knight d6 on Kosteniuk's part. A4
But
probably demands to be played at some point. Oh, and there it is. She played it right away because if I get a knight on c4, I feel like that's a beautiful square. So
uh,
maybe she'll stick her knight on a3, maybe on d2. But
I agree.
either way, I feel like this is going to be another one where we're going to see a really exciting middle game because there's zero trades so far, right? Everything is on the board. And when that happens in blitz chess, you often get some very cool bullet style middle games. On Knight D2, computer hates it for some reason because, oh, it's a red flag for Kosteniuk who's ready to attack.
I I suddenly, when I started looking at the position, I grew a lot more comfortable once I was like, yeah, forget that this was played by the white pieces. It's like a King's Indian defense, colors reversed. And I was like, yeah, you put a knight on c4, you do everything that Jan said, break out. And now I kind of gone the other way. Now I'm like, oh, I don't like this position at all for white because, yeah, h5 coming at you. I mean, there's no way that white is actually going to break on the king side.
Yeah, I'm worried about sacrificing. I'm like I'm thinking about like bishop takes h4 at some moment. It's a very nerve wracking position. I do wonder about bishop g4 though, because now bishop f3 maybe Carissa can lessen the tension here a little bit. If you're afraid of getting attacked, peace trades are often very advantageous for you, especially because this bishop was biting on granite with that pawn on e4.
Yeah. And yeah, you're right. I mean, White is no way thinking about any middle game breaks. White is thinking of survival right now. So the next moves I'm predicting are like knight f1. And now that you mentioned it, because at heart I'm not really a sacker. I think about these sacks when I'm doing commentary, but I have to fight that instinct to give up my pieces. So yeah, no, it looks really scary, right? Just sacrificing a piece like the bishop, and then there it comes. You called it twice. Jen, you are prediction queen at the minute.
Well, and who cares that the computer doesn't like it? Don't look at that, guys. Come on, that's a question mark. That's a question mark, question mark. That's a questionable question mark. We're having a lot of fun here. Queen takes g4 now. Let's see. What was the idea? And I suppose this is why the computer doesn't mind it because they like this play by Carissa. Of course, I'm sure some people are wondering about something like this, but then black plays queen h4 and the mates are unstoppable. So very intelligently played here by Carissa as, I mean, she now has maybe survived the worst of it. Hard for us to get two majors on this H file, Jovi. How do we do it?
Well, yeah, I'm a bit embarrassed, but the only way that I can see is like swapping off queens. No, and you cannot do this in this type of position. And well, I say it and it happens. Queen comes to c8. Yeah, I felt like that was the way to kind of make progress on the H line because now you said it, right? You just want to just control that line, just make White's king's life really awkward. And there we see the knight coming in. But it does feel like White survived the worst of it.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think that's the problem in chess that sometimes somebody sacrifices something and it's so exciting and the fans start cheering. And then the other player's just like, but I don't have to take it. Right. And that's what we saw here. And unfortunately, that made bishop takes h4. A lot of the wins got taken out of that move. I don't know. I mean, maybe white's even better now. Like I'm looking at the pieces, and even though black has better development than white, in an endgame, sometimes that doesn't matter that much. And I feel like that I have some really nice squares occupied, and the knight on g6 isn't that excited about his life choices. I mean, f4 and h4, neither of them are squares that we can dream of occupying. I don't know. I kind of like white now. What about you?
Yeah. I also like white, as you mentioned, that knight on g6, so scary in a middle game, right? It can jump in, sacrifice itself, open up lines. In game, nope, its circuit is dominated. And also the fact that black doesn't have any good squares, as you mentioned, the white knight is jumping into c4. White is the one that holds the key to opening up the F line. I'm obsessed with f4, so I'm going to be like pounding the table for that potential opening. And okay, so we're seeing some trades. I actually thought that maybe we would see a move like a5, but okay. Uh, Instead, there's nothing wrong with what Carissa's doing. It's perfectly good, making the trades, just getting the position open. And you can drop back the bishop to d2 if she wants to. And again, she holds the key to going b4, f4, a5. She can lock the position down when she wants to.
Yeah, very, very promising position now as that bishop on a7 looks ugly. And I think Carissa did learn from her time pressure last game because look how she's really keeping ahead on the clock. She's aware she can't let that happen over and over. She played the move a5. Interesting, the computer hates this move. Not exactly sure why. Maybe they wanted to have that a5 square open for future maneuvers with either the bishop or the knight.
Yeah.
Rook
Well,
h5 now, getting some play on the H file, but I mean, maybe Carissa's just okay with trading off all the majors.
yeah, this is the issue, right? So if you trade off all the rooks, what is going to be the is it just simply going to be a draw because it's a very locked position? You have just over 4.5 minutes on the match clock. Do you just try and set up for a new game, or do you try and push?
I don't know. I mean, I think she'll try to push a little bit because our pieces look better. But you're right. There is that concern about the difficulty of actually breaking through because we see that Kosteniuk adroitly immediately placed her bishop on the b8 diagonal to try to discourage the move f4. And yeah, now she's also going to stick a knight on c6 potentially, which will lock your pieces to the defense of the a pawn. Remember when we saw that a move and the computer hated it, a5? Well, I don't think they envisioned this position, but that is part of the reason that it gives you less flexibility when that pawn on a5 is attacked.
Yep. And definitely, that pawn is both a hero and a weakness because it's a hero in the sense that it completely restrains black's advances on that side. But as you mentioned, it is simply something that black must and white must be have their eyes on it. And then we finally see f4. I've been asking for this pawn breakthrough for such a long time. I finally got my wish. And now the question is, like, as you mentioned, do you lock the position down? Do you kind of step back with the king, keep it tense for just that extra move? And okay, she gives a check.
Yeah, she does. She did give a check. I wanted to show you guys this checkmate for Carissa Yip fans. They want this. Sorry, Kosteniuk fans, but I have to show those ridiculous endgame checkmates. They come from nowhere sometimes, eh? But of course
I
that was Go ahead.
I love it because I didn't spot it at all. So now I really do like checkmates, especially in the end game, because we so seldom see a checkmate. So why not show the artistry? And now, a big question here: the White King is doing some miracle work there, almost gotten into G6, but can it get any further?
Yeah, if only there was a file 9, then maybe Carissa would have a chance of winning this game, like break through. But yeah, no, there isn't. And because actually, if we could get our king to h7 and then play like g6 and bishop h6, that'd be winning, right? And so the
Hmm.
size of the chessboard is just very relevant to these types of situations. It can often create a draw where if the board was bigger, it would be a win.
Yeah. And just 2 minutes remaining of the match clock. And oh, I'm surprised at this move though, because I thought the white king would step up or you'd see f6 as been highlighted, but the players are repeating. What a bit draw. Yes.
Just in time for one more game. And
Okay.
here it is.
2-2. This is so close. Now we have Alexandra with the white pieces. Are we going to see a hippo once more? A6. I'm
Yes, we
expecting
are.
e4.
Yes, we are. And
And
Kosteniuk knew that Carissa might toss this out again at some point. So she's playing quickly, lining up this bishop and the queen. I don't think we're going to see a4 this time. I think she's going to say, hey, I'm going to keep my pawn on a2. And when I castle queenside, I won't have those weaknesses that I had because actually it cost her last time, Jovi, right? Oh, look at me. I got it wrong. Sorry, guys. She plays a4 right away.
No, but you were entirely correct. I mean, this is just a question of choice and style, really, because you can do exactly what you suggested, just go for h4, don't touch anything on the queen side, or you can actually play in a little bit more positional manner by doing this, immediately trying to punish this pawn extension there on the queen side. But the computer did not like c3, and to my eyes is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. But ooh, we see e6 only move territory. Okay, so now white has to go knight to f4 according to our blue arrow, the engine. And sure enough, Alexandra finds it.
What a weird position. I feel like this double fianchetto with your king in the center. Knight on f4, odd position for the knight as well. Not a typical pattern. It almost feels
No.
like a kind of like a 960 situation where we have weird piece configurations and everybody just has to think for themselves.
And talking about weird, you jinxed it, Jen. You just made it weirder because we could have handled it if they'd taken on b4. But this is just so offbeat, doubled A pawns, your isolated pawn in the middle of the board. I kind of like black. I gotta say that if black is the only one I can see that has a very safe place for the king, has that extra pawn in the center, and I feel like this pawn on a5, it could be super weak. It could be even lost. But I don't know. It's still anyone's game.
Oh, absolutely. I was actually going to say that I like white here, but just because I'm like envisioning that maybe this a pawn will become a hassle at some point because of b4 and a6, and I think it requires a lot of energy to play this position well for black. Whereas a white, it's pretty clear what I need to do. I need to like somehow castle and play bishop b5 potentially here. A6, I might need to squeeze in, but now my king address is unclear. So this knight f3 move by Kosteniuk has created a more complex puzzle now, and she has played a6. She wants that a pawn.
And this is a completely weird position. I mean, because, yeah, you're right. b4, b5. Okay, I say that. But bishop b5 appears. And I did quite like going b4, b5 and just cementing that pawn on a6 and just forgetting about the king's safety, which is something I would say don't do at home. Always look after your king. But bishop to b5, and yeah, both players need to play with a lot of energy and accurateness now here.
Oh, e5. I like this move, trying to punish white for having the king caught in the center. Because if we take on e5, presumably knight takes e5 is going to be Carissa's choice, threatening knight takes f3 check. But if you don't take, what do you do? Computer does not hate Alexandra's position here, but I'm looking and I can't exactly see what the best move is. Could it be something like knight d5 to allow knight takes d5, then bishop takes c6? It looks very unpleasant to me.
Yeah.
Maybe,
I'm
or
not a fan of taking because I just think the knight in the center is going to be great. Then my instinct as a chicken is to go knight back to e2 and just to hold the tension a little bit more. But again, I'm not liking that one. It's ugly. And
it
so
is. Yeah, 92 was the choice though. And I see what you're saying, that maybe by the skin of your teeth, if takes on d4, knight takes d4, a bunch of trades make it so that even though my king situation has not improved, maybe it doesn't matter as much. Maybe we're close to in that endgame promised land where the a pawn will become a strength. So yeah, very resilient here by Kosteniuk.
yeah, and very unconventional position. It's going to require a lot of energy from both of these players to play this one and just to eke out an advantage. Okay, we're seeing e takes d4, the knight does recapture, and then the question is like, do you maintain? And I was actually going to advocate for making those trades and just loosening up the king a little bit more, but Okay, this looks
Not
very
surprised.
natural. Big threat.
Yeah,
C5.
C5 was a threat. That's why F4 was played without any delay to avoid that C5 knight F3 check fork trick. Knight C4 very quickly by Carissa Yip, not wanting to get in time pressure again against Kosteniuk because it worked out so poorly the last time she tried that. But still, that king on E1. Don't look at the bar. The bar says that white is winning, but in practice, having your king on E1 in these situations can be very difficult.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's not very clear at all, right? Because you see the blue arrow indicating that knight takes bishop is the move to play. And I can see the benefit, you don't lose any time. But at the same time, by capturing that piece, you're literally ironing out white's weak pawn structure for them. So I would be a bit hesitant about making such a trade. And instead, I would be looking at moves like knight to f6. And if that wasted too much time, then okay, knight takes bishop. Don't sound the retreat. And one other move that I was thinking also, maybe the knight could retreat to the edge of the board and try and find a new home on f5. There's so many possibilities. And okay, the knight does step back. I think this was very normal. But oh, it was a blunder, a double question mark because of this move. Wow. But just diving in with the knight into c6 is gonna and Alexandra finds it.
So what's the deal? Why can't we take this pawn here on A6? Are we
The
gonna get
rook
our
is
rook
trapped.
back or something with bishop B7?
It's
Wow,
as easy as that.
bishop B7 traps the rook. That's an unusual pattern, you know? I mean, of course I can it's happening. Bishop B7, she's probably gonna play rook A8 and say, okay, well, at least I've got this exchange and this nice pressure. But you know what? Castling is legal. So maybe after rook A8, bishop A8, queen A8, white just says castles.
Also remember that the computer's just got ice blood in its veins. It literally has got none of the fear and none of the emotions that I would be having right here. I would be like, my God, the queen is going to come down to f3. Oh my God, that's trouble. You know, you can see a knight coming to h5, a bishop coming to h6, and the white king is not going to be safe. But the engine for sure will be like, you just go king h2, go queen d1, and it's fine. I don't know what you're worried about. And there you can see a knight is coming to h5. Next move is the queen going to zoom into f3. And then it's the white king has to be careful now, has to take care.
But now we can maybe take a timeout and play like queen e2 or queen d1. Queen d1 was the choice. The only thing about that is it does hang this pawn on b2. But okay, that's not the most important aspect of the position. But still, Kosteniuk with a huge time advantage as well. Looking quite good in this game. I gotta say, this knight h5 just doesn't seem that scary. Queen
Yeah.
a6
And
by
this is
Carissa.
Yeah, this is going to be the last game of the 5+1 portion. And so if Alexandra wins, then she will be taking a 1 point lead in going into the 3+1. And there we see that the A pawn, well, as if by magic, it just lifted itself up to A7. And now it's just a case of stabilizing the position, making sure the white king is safe. And Alexandra will be taking the point home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and not playing rook b1 because that was the first move I looked at. Rook b1 to threaten rook b8. Oops, queen takes b1 check. Queen b5, of course, was Kosteniuk's much wiser choice there. Now, of course, you could play queen b8 check here, and then rook takes b8, pawn takes b8 would win a whole rook. Weird way to win a rook, but black would play king g7. So that's why she chose to play rook b1 instead and go for this more straightforward way of winning. Look at this. Queen takes A8 could be a way to win this. It's kind of a pretty way to win,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It is. And well, instead, I like this queen takes c7. And that is a resignation from Carissa, and Alexandra takes the lead. Wow, this one was really close. It was quite the wild adventure, Jennifer. But in the end, Alexandra leads 3 points to 2.
Yeah, really well played games. I mean, they were really stretched out. in a way, because they played such closed middle games with such unusual positions that it actually felt like they really needed 10, 15 minutes to play. And they only got 5. So we got some real wild tactics, and Kosteniuk ended up on top.
Absolutely. So we've had a lot of excitement so far, and we're going to go on a short break, and just got to stay with us, because when we come back, the time control, it drops down to 3+1. And of course, that means the pressure ramps up. Stay tuned.
It was black move, and we was in the strong take note. Firstly, he told me that he planning to play rook d1, and I also, because we have position like something like here, and I don't want to play queen d8 because of rook d1. Then I noticed that I can play knight f6, and here, okay, it's equal position. If he will play queen b8, we can take and take on h6. It's a draw. But he tried to do something more, and he played h5. And after knight e7, it's a bad position for black because I want to play queen g8. He played queen b8, and I played queen d5. Here I realized that I have big advantage because I want to take on f7, take on e4. Also at some moment maybe knight c6. And also we have seconds. He can't play something like queen d6 because I can take and take on rook on b1. I think he played rook b6. After queen e4, it's maybe just a little bit better position, but of course I take here. Okay, he played h4. If I'm not mistaken, something like here, I can play rook a5, and I think it's over for black, because after h take g3, I can play queen h5, just take on e5, and the game is over. And he can move his bishop because of rook h5 and mate in 2, but I didn't saw it, unfortunately. I give a check, rook h6, check, g6, check, take on a6. I think my king was on h2 actually, because I think he take and I play king g2. Yeah, and he take here, and okay, you know what is funny? I can't explain knight a5 move. Firstly, I thought, of course, I can take on g6, but I calculate something like f1, take, check, king g2, and in my mind, his queen also has an e2. I don't know how. I even can play king f2, king c2, and it's draw. But in my mind, king was on e2, and I thought like king g1, queen e3, king g2, queen h3, and I'm losing. And I was shocked, and then maybe I panic and play knight a5, f5. But you know what's the most interesting fact? That we are finished the game immediately after knight a5 because of f1 and queen b5. But after the game, I told him that I can play just rook f6. He said, yeah, it's probably good to move, but black don't have any normal move because they can't move queen from 8 rank because of queen g1 mate. And okay, it's around +2. It's not easy to win, but it's winning position.
And we are back with the 3+1 portion of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. It's the match between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Carissa Yip. For those of you just joining, I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kauska, and I'm with one of the most brilliant minds in chess. She's literally done it all. Chess author, US chess champion. I could go on and on. You're also author of a chess/poker Substack. It's, of course, Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, it's so good to have you here, and it's so good to have you call all the action, because these two players are just bringing all the insane excitement with us.
B3 on the board, by the way. We have Jovi from Carissa, who's determined to keep things saucy here. She tried the hippo in black. Now as the time control speed up, she's doing more of this strategy, trying to say, like, you know what, Kosteniuk, you are one of the most legendary attacking players. So if I kind of curl up and make you kind of think about how to best punish me, maybe I can get an edge on the clock and come back and bite back. And it worked out really well in her very first game of the 5-minute. But that said, this reversed hippo, Kosteniuk, I don't know if she's sad to see this, because this time she hasn't gotten a time deficiency, and hey, her position is pretty hot with black.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? You know, it's kind of like that psychology. She won the first game doing the hippo with the black pieces. Now it's a 3+1, you know, time gets slashed. And she goes back to this, but doing it with the white pieces. Now she's just saying, hey, I'm going to let you determine the pace of the game. Now it's an interesting approach, right? You kind of just be the one that is just playing, not forcing the pace. Okay, and I say this, and then suddenly e4 appears on the board. Because my understanding of the hippo is that you wait for as long as possible until there are no more moves left, and then you break with d4, e4. You keep things as flexible. And Alexandra, there she just goes bishop c5. Okay, big idea of coming in with a knight to g4, perhaps even some bishop takes f2 ideas. Oh,
Yeah, what do we do? What do we do here as white? Because the d4 square is covered. Normally, I'd look for a way to play for d4. Instead, knight c3 was the move by Carissa. But what did she do on knight g4? Okay,
yeah.
didn't happen. Maybe she was just going to play like rook e2 or something like that. Instead, bishop g4 was Kosteniuk's choice.
Mhm.
Great attacking
Yeah.
potential here for Alexandra, though.
Totally. And is there such a thing in poker where you just wait for your opponent to set the pace? You just literally wait it out and wait and see? Or is it always a style? Is it always like someone that goes hard?
No, there is a lot of similarities. I mean, in many cases, when you have a really good hand in poker, you feign weakness and then you pounce. It's called a check raise in poker, which is kind of funny because, of course, in chess, a check is very aggressive. In poker, it's more passive, but then sometimes you can flip it around. By the way, d4 is a move that I was actually going to say that I'd advise against because it blocks this bishop. Kosteniuk must have had some kind of tactical reason to do it because she knows that from a positional point of view, it's bad. And so I just want the audience to know that when you have a beautiful bishop like this hitting f2, if you play d4, it should be for a tactical reason, because for a positional point of view, it's very bad.
Yeah. And well, I think this particular move has been rewarded, because the move that I was expecting is for the knight to jump into the center. I've had that done so many times against me. They jump in with the center. They're like, yeah, I don't care about material. And they do weird and funny things just to kind of get that bishop on b2 alive. I think knight back, sounding the retreat, was perhaps a little bit too passive. And there we see Alexandra. She's going to be in her element. This is her type of game. She just wants to go hard. She wants to take as much space as possible. So I was expecting Carissa to go b4, but f3 is also a move. You know, just ask the question to the bishop: where are you going to go? Are you going to step forward to h3 or go back? And now, yeah, this is the issue. I'm not a natural King's Indian defense player, so my instinct is to go b4. But on the other hand, you'd kind of want a knight to go to c4.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play here by Carissa. She's got all of her pieces in the back two ranks, whereas, of course, Kosteniuk is developing much more aggressively. That said, she does have the time advantage. And again, it is this strategy, this kind of strategy where it's like you figure out how to win because you've got such an awesome position. While you're doing that, wake up and you're suddenly going to have 10 seconds left on your clock. It's a very common strategy that a lot of strong blitz players use, and it's really not easy to contest. Queen C2 is Carissa's choice again. That strategy, it requires her to stay ahead on time, because if she doesn't, then what's the point? Your position is kind of bad and you're down on the clock. This is really, really important for her to stay ahead on the clock.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that 80-20 rule, right? You don't need to play perfect chess. You can play scrappy, practical chess just as long as you get that time on the clock and the moves are good enough. And that
Yeah,
is an interesting question there. I'm curious who gets an advantage as it speeds up. Now, I would say that judging from my observations, it looks like Alexandra is a little bit more familiar with those kind of quick moments when the clock is ticking down to the final second. Somehow she's just that little bit faster.
true. She did lose the one extreme time scramble, but in that point, she was also dead on the board as well. So that could have been the reason why. But look at this. Carissa fighting back. H4, G4, computer starting to like her position. I mean, this is why it's so brutal. Like, if you don't find the right way to break through, suddenly white can be A-okay. And this is all part of Carissa's strategy, as she's now going to kind of unwind her position. 20 seconds to 30 seconds, though. It's going to be about the clock.
It's going to go down to the wire. And I love what Carissa has done in these last few moves. You know, she's changing, she's turning around, big threat of B5 on the board. I mean, I just like the way that she's playing on both sides as well. You know, first it was the king side, now it's the king, now it's the queen side, now back to the king side. She's going to lift up the king, you know, maybe go rook H1, rook G1 and line up all the forces there. And it's decision time. And wow, knight B5. Well, as long as Alexandra takes care of her queen, now's the time to trade off bishops and make that escape square.
That's right. And she has given up the A pawn, but she doesn't care about a pawn. She's going for the king.
Absolutely. It is what, after all, ends the game, right? If you're able to checkmate. And she's building up G5. Now, you can just take your time with this. There's no need to rush. You can go rook to G1. You can even go rook G2, make these little kind of time-gaining moves just to build up the time on the clock. 9 seconds.
Oh, rook G2. Well, look at these moves by Carissa. Just absolutely fantastic stuff. Bishop C1, that backward bishop move. That was my favorite. How did you do it? Queen C1, sacrificed by Kosteniuk. Brilliant sacrifice, by the way, under time pressure. Trying to wrest the initiative back. Ooh, look at this. Can she end up actually coming back here? Oh, Queen F1. Okay, that wasn't it. What is it? What's the win?
That wasn't it.
Rook takes A3. It was probably just rook takes A3 coming into the back rank.
Maybe she can do it again.
No, it's a draw by repetition. Oh, boy. So actually, Alex could have won that game, according to the computer. I think it was getting that last piece into the game, that rook on A8. But with just seconds left on the clock, both players not that dissatisfied with her perpetual. And she's at it again. Carissa Yip playing the hippo.
Yes, and she's making her match strategy very clear for this portion. You know, even though she's actually trailing by 1 point in the match, she's just saying, I'm going to hold the structure. I'm going to invite you to come forward, and then I'm going to react. I'm going to be all about the counterattack. Some nice alliteration. Carissa, no, counterattacking. It's a bit long, isn't it? Counterattack Carissa.
Counterattacking Carissa. Huh. Yeah. I mean, I think we can do better than that, chat. Let's go.
I think so.
Bear, Carissa. I love puns, though. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Me too.
So, I mean, it's really tough because that last game, you know, Carissa had a bad position, but she was able to come back and almost win the game easily. And then some brilliant play by Kosteniuk to get back into the game. I mean, that was really, really well played. And so it's hard for me to really take that much stock in the fact that Carissa has a terrible position, because the time control is so fast. It is really, really difficult to take advantage of these situations. Knight D2 on the board. Very nice move here, because knight C4 now will threaten knight takes D6 check with disastrous consequences. Oh, this looks
Totally.
horrible.
And
Queen H5 check?
it
What?
looks horrible, right? Queen h5, and you
Yeah.
force the king to move. But there's one thing to say for her position. Okay, this is nice. If Carissa survives this and is not looking like she will, then she will have some things to be hopeful about, like a strong pawn on e5. I was going to say a nice pawn on f5, but that has gone because after knight takes bishop, the queen comes out to h5. And yes, it's just not good for the black king. No, this has gone wrong, completely wrong for Carissa.
I wonder why bishop f5 first is so much better than queen h5 check. Because like the computer really like bishop takes f5. Okay, maybe they're both good because it looks like the evaluation bar is very happy with this. Because I was like, yeah, this position is just very, very bad. Bishop e6, like a rock in your throat. Now you can't castle in either direction. How unfair is that?
No,
You're
you're
like,
not getting rid of that bishop that easy. And in comes a knight. And you know what you need to do when the king is in the middle of the board? You've got to open things up. So I'm expecting moves like f4 to be played. And in order to get that bishop out of e6, you're going to have to make moves such as bishop c8. And that's not pretty.
even
Okay.
counterattacking Carissa can't get out of this one, Jovi. This is
Yeah.
not good.
I was thinking counterpunch.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard though. It's hard to come back from because the position is so bad. Like she wants the position to be bad enough for her that Kosteniuk has to think hard, but not so bad that she actually loses. And of course, that
Mm.
is the kind of difficulty and the delicacy of these types of hyper modern blitz openings, like the hippo, where you willingly give yourself a disadvantage for psychological reasons. King f8. Now, you've been pounding the table for something similar in other positions like f4, just to rip open the f files so that we get our last, well, not our last piece into the attack, but so that we get our big rooks into the attack. And that looks like winning to me.
Yeah,
Right.
I was expecting knight e4 as well,
That too.
just to attack the rook. But okay, rook a3, invite everyone to the party. Love it. Some great stuff there from Alexandra. Okay, but Carissa still trying to hold the position together, stopping a knight getting to e4. But yeah,
Yeah.
f4 is going to be a bit of a downer, isn't it?
Yeah, although I guess if you play f4, maybe you can take. You've got a lot of pieces protecting that square at the moment. It's just hard for me to imagine we're not totally winning, but we do have to find the how. Right? It's not enough to know that we're winning. We need to know how we're winning too. Knight a4, cool move, trying to just split Carissa's defenses in half here because now the rook is leaping into the position and knight takes b6. Knight d7 checkmate? Is that threat? What? That's a weird mate, isn't it? I haven't seen that
It's
one.
because Black did not castle, right? Usually you got a castle in the opening, and this is one of the reasons why your king is never safe in the middle, especially with a queen and knight duo around. When knight to d7, such a beautiful idea there from Alexandra. Yeah, you have to do this,
I wish
but
I could play queen e8 here. I mean, you can play king takes e8, so it doesn't work, but rook e8, knight d7, that's not a mate you've seen before,
yeah,
right? I love it. Okay, but knight d7 checks just without any sacrifice. Same idea, and now we end up winning an exchange. Plus, we're going to be threatening queen e8 mate and rook takes b7. Okay, Carissa threatening checkmate to avoid that from being resignation, but can't we just play like f3 or something here? Hmm.
yeah. F3 looks like it's a good move, but then you do have queen takes d5, and you're
True.
still somehow alive. So, okay, we'll see f3 being played. You have to take that pawn. And now, what is the knockout blow?
Good question. Is there something with f4 again? I can't know. I get mated, so rook b1. Probably this is it. This is smart. Just adding more power to the b file.
Yeah. And you
Yeah, your
can't go
piece.
queen takes, you can't do like fast, flashy moves like queen takes f3 because queen takes g6. And
That's true.
whoops.
You could play queen e3, a counter desperado, but you're going to be down so much material at the end of that line, so it wouldn't work. And indeed, look at this. Alexandra is taking all of Carissa's pieces. Wow, and there it is. Great game there by Kosteniuk. Do not provoke her too much. I think
Yeah,
Carissa might
yeah.
have to go to some more normal openings in the next time that she has black.
Yeah, Alexandra extending her lead by 2 points. And yeah, well, we'll see. It is not an insurmountable lead. So we'll find out what Carissa has in mind. She's got the white pieces. Well, we've seen this position before. We saw that she went for some kind of D3 business, but here she has to shake things up because okay, now she has to play a little bit more accurately than she did in the previous game, where we saw her go knight f to d2, and I like this move. Take the space. She has to definitely change things up because she has to put pressure on Alexandra. She's trailing by 2 points, and
Yeah, I agree, and I like this method now of trying to be a little bit more concrete. Um, B6, trying to capture this beautiful diagonal. H4, very common move, you guys, that you'll see when your opponent puts their knight on G6 or G3. That H4 can be super annoying because if you allow H5, then your knight gets chased away. And if you play H5, well, that actually creates a lot of weaknesses, right? Like the G5 square becomes quite weak. So neither idea is super appealing. And indeed, they did allow this H5 move, did Alexandra. But now
yeah,
White's
I
White's pretty
like
happy
this approach.
because it's not easy to know what to do with your king. I mean, sure, you can probably castle queenside, but I mean, that's not the most exciting destination in the world. And castling kingside looks even less appealing. So yeah, I like how White's handling this.
Hmm. Interesting move there, a4. I was expecting a3 with ideas of b4 being the eventual breakthrough because you're right, you have to put the king somewhere. You can't live with it in the center for too long because you need to connect rooks. So I was expecting like castle queenside at some point, and then I wanted to be ready with opening up a line with b4. But instead, okay, we're seeing a4. I'm guessing a white knight is going to route itself to c4. Knight a3.
Yep. I like White, but right now the engine thinks it's pretty balanced. I do feel like it's a little easier to play for White potentially. It's like the moves are a little bit more obvious. So probably that's the reason for my inclination here. That's the
Mm.
thing, a lot of these computer
Yeah.
evaluations don't account for that. They don't account for the ease of playing, right? And maybe with all the advances in AI that are going on these days, it is possible we'll get those types of evaluations in the future. But for now, we're stuck with this evaluation of the play if both players played perfectly, which is, of course, even with the greatest um, women players in the world, it's completely infeasible in a classical game, let alone a blitz game, right? Yeah, nobody plays perfectly in this game.
Exactly. And it was so nice for me to see that these language models were playing terrible chess. I was like, yes,
Yeah.
they haven't taken over the world. They can write better than us, but they can't play chess better than us. Okay. And there we're seeing, I completely agree with you. I think the knight will come to c4. The engine, I think at this time control and this type of position, you disregard what it says. Okay, it will play perfect chess, but it's very much a fight because I'm expecting white to go knight c4, but white always has to be thinking about black's counterattacking possibilities. B5 is coming. Ooh, this is just an invitation, this bishop move. If I were white to simply go f4, I need no invitation to make random pawn lunges like that. But we'll see how Carissa reacts.
I love it. Random pawn lunges. Let's go. Knight c4, though. This is also very beautiful because you have given up your dark squared bishop. So now your d6 square is crying because it has nobody to occupy it. None of the knights can reach that square. And the queen reaching that square doesn't help. Oh, this is a really nice line. So what do? Castling queenside looks disastrous because a bishop takes d5, followed by knight takes b6, winning the queen.
Well, she chose to scooch with the king to f8, but the king is not going to have a happy life there. And I just love what Carissa's done, by the way. Knight to d6. In fact, the dream squares for knights are d6 and f6. So it's definitely exactly how you want to play. And in she comes. And how to handle this? Because your next move, you can follow it up with queen to g4. Bishop can come to e4. Knight will then go to f3, the target being on g5.
Very interesting. No, bishop d5 and knight b6 was also possible, but I think there were some potential tactics there for black that Carissa didn't like. So instead, she goes for this more more solid approach in the way which she's not giving as much play away. Queen G4 adorned with an X clan because this pawn is now trapped. You can't really defend
Hmm.
it. Oh, you do have Queen E7. I actually didn't see that. But then after Knight F3, same situation because F6 is no bueno because then the E6 pawn's going to fall, which is even worse. So
Yeah,
big pawn here for Carissa, big pawn victory, and
I do
ahead on
agree.
the clock as well. Trying to make this
Yes.
match a little bit closer.
Yeah, oh yeah, this this match is still, in my opinion, is going to be very close. We're going to find out actually within the next 10 minutes. Whether Carissa can make that comeback or whether Alexandra will be extending her lead, as we just have just under 10 minutes on the match clock for the 3+1 portion. And Carissa just making all the right moves. I just love the way she keeps going forward with her king. She's not afraid of stepping up, and I'm sure. I was actually expecting her to perhaps trade the rook for the knight, but okay, she's saying it's absolutely not necessary.
Yeah, that is a kind of instinctual move that a lot of people do, though. You're just like, in Blitz, like, give me that knight. F5 here by Alexandra, assessing that pawn takes F6 is not going to be a big problem here, right? Because instead, knight G5 was Carissa's choice, and I don't blame her. Look at how beautiful that knight looks on G5. And I'm surprised the computer thinks that Alex is okay here because it does look very appealing for Carissa to me.
Hmm.
Rook A6
And she's
now.
and the way that she keeps on playing on both sides of the board, rook
Mhm.
h2, rook a6. Now the rook comes into the center. It just takes a lot of mental dexterity to be able to do that, because yeah, I mean, I'm got the eyes on the prize of taking on e6, but nope. Instead, we are seeing, well, but some potential counterplay actually there for Alexandra. You have to go back to A1. You have to step the defensive move. And now, wow, how are you going to dodge
Uh-oh.
those checks?
Uh-oh, I think there was rook C2 check, but queen D7 might have been even better. Oh, no, and now it's actually
Hmm.
Carissa's king who's also in trouble.
And
What is this?
where was the killer move? Because there we see the
Where's
evaluation
my
bar
haywire?
rising.
The bar is drunk. Queen takes F5. Check was on the air. Can she do it again? Yes, queen F5, maybe. Don't do. Oh, the draw was potentially the best. As I guess queen F5 check would have led to king G8, and then that was not super clear. But what a game. That could have gone any which way, 5, 10 different times. And it looks like Carissa needed a second to recover. And she's bringing back that hippo despite the disastrous outcome in the last go around.
Yeah. She's bringing it back, but she has to be super patient with this. She's still trailing by 2 points. And Alexandra's been very consistent to her approach of just taking that space in the center, just going e5 and saying, actually, the engine might think it's bad, it's dubious, whatever, but on a practical level, this is going to be actually very difficult to handle. Now, it's very important here that Alexandra doesn't put bishop on c4 like she did. She's got to be a little bit more flexible there, and there we're seeing capture on d6. But I actually really like what I'm not sure what's happening here, because my instincts are telling me black is fine, but the engine is saying no, 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 white is much better.
Yeah, well, I do like the idea that we can toss our bishop into c6 at some point, opening up the d line and threatening bishop takes b7. Knight a4 played by Alexander and quite quickly, and the engine hates this move. I wonder if just an immediate f5 is the play, in which case you don't quite have time for that bishop c6 move I was gunning for.
Apparently, a6 was the move to play. A6 and then back it up with f5. But okay, f5 was very, very tempting. It literally was what I was thinking about. And now we do see an a6 and then follow it up by some committal stuff. You cannot take that pawn. You cannot go greedy because there's some queen a5 checks at the end of that.
Right. So bishop c2 instead, eyeing f5. Remember, that was a move that won the game. A well-timed bishop takes f5 by Kosteniuk just a couple of games ago. So Carissa certainly has to keep an eye on that. I mean, don't we have to play e4 here? Then we allow the knight into d4. Again, I feel like it's easier for white to play.
Yeah. I I yes, I think it is going to be easier for white to play because somehow or other you need the bishop to be on g7 and you need to be able to castle kingside and overprotect f5. And that's why we see actually f5 has fallen. Okay, in return, d5 has also gone, but this is still a very crazy position.
That's right. After knight f5, we were actually attending knight takes d6 checkmate. But unlike the LLMs, these grandmasters aren't missing that. Oh, touche. Carissa Yip is not a grandmaster yet, but I think most people can see the future and know that she will get that title.
Absolutely. She's got two GM norms. And incidentally, this actually knight retreat that Alexandra did, that wasn't the correct way. You had to go back to G3, and I was thinking why? And it's probably to come in with the knight to E4 and start targeting the pawns this way. But now it is Carissa that has taken over the initiative. Oh, you can take on G2. The position is going to get a whole lot of sharp if you allow that to happen. And sure enough, I just like the way this younger generation, they don't defend, they counterattack.
Oh, yeah.
Why defend on G2? You can counterattack on C4.
Yeah, that's right. But we have bishop g6 check, and you're just going to play cold as ice, king d8 or something.
Probably.
Very cold-blooded, very cold-blooded, yes. But you're right. I mean, this is definitely flummoxed Alexandra because it's a lot here. There's a lot hanging. Bishop
It's
g6 check.
completely wild.
Bishop g6 has been
Uh,
played. I mean, how is this not good for white, guys? Apparently, it's not that clear, but it looks so beautiful. I mean, what about knight e5? I guess wasn't a move because you just take it, but bishop e7 quickly played by Carissa. Computer saying that there's a win here. Bishop d2 was actually threatening bishop a5, forcing the move a5 by Carissa, which she finds so quickly. Do not try this at home. Finding all these only moves in just less than 2 minutes is far from easy.
It's just look at this. This is crazy. Like the engine is saying that the only move for black is to actually go rook to f8. Like most of us would be like, oh my goodness me, there are problems on the c line. You move the queen, you get her out of dodge, but you can't do that actually because the bishop takes a5 or knight takes a5 ideas. So you have to go on the counter with rook to f8, attack the knight. But that's so difficult to spot because she finds it. Wow. What a
There
move.
she is. There's our Carissa. Rook f8, knight takes e5 quickly by Kosteniuk. What a conception here as the queen on c7 is now in take, and Carissa sacks it, knowing that after rook c7, king c7, the knight on f3 is now hanging. The computer thinks the position is even. What on earth? This is insane. What are we doing now? Queen c2 check. Okay. Where are we going to put our king
Okay.
now?
Well,
Bishop c5 is what the computer
insane.
like.
You
Bishop
got a
e5. Hey,
block, which again
self-pin,
is
but as we're self-pinning, we're also pressuring that f2 square. Unfortunately for Carissa, she played the move knight to c5. Not as strong, according to the engine, but 20 seconds left for Alexandra. Still, anything can happen. You can't play bishop e3 to increase the pressure. Instead, knight takes e5,
mhm.
knight
Yeah,
f4, hitting the rook.
this this position is still really crazy. And actually, this is the reason why you needed to put your bishop on c5 so that there was some pressure against f2. But okay, with hindsight, you see everything. But now, Carissa, under 20 seconds, the rook is on fire. Oh, it's still very crazy because there's so many pieces, so many pieces on the board, and one misstep from Alexandra and Carissa's pieces will just spring to life. Now she just has to get out of dodge with the king, and Alexandra just playing fantastic chess here, not giving any hope.
For anybody who's keeping track of the pieces, well, after knight c6 check, it's all going to change. And indeed, Carissa Yip has resigned. You know what? I think she wants to get in a couple more games to give herself a chance. One more game of this 3 minute to give herself a chance if she wins that game in the bullet portion. So well observed there by Carissa Yip, keeping her eye on the clock, saying like, I'm not going to let Kosteniuk run out the clock and give me a more difficult time of winning. So she's up against it, but she's going to do her best. What opening did we get here? What is this?
This is I don't know what it's called. I should know, but it's e4, e5, d4 is when you come out with the queen very
Okay.
early.
Okay, yeah, that okay, I see. I just saw the queen on A4 and I'm like, "Whoa, that was fast." Carissa Yip, is she in a must-win situation? What's the deficit here? She's got 3 out of 9. Yeah, I think she really needs to win this game.
sh- I think she absolutely has to win this game because one thing that we've seen is that in a bullet portion, it's very difficult to make up 4 points. I mean, physically, it's going to be actually very difficult to get in those games. And there we're seeing bishop takes b4, big mistake because of this. And black simply just picks up that pawn and wins material.
Yeah, see, this is the other side of it, resigning so quickly and jumping into the next game. Doesn't give you a lot of recovery time. Maybe she could have thought like 10, 15 seconds. Queen a4 now. Also, the bummer is that this pawn could also be in take if you try to block with the bishop. So, yeah, a lot of unfortunate elements of this position now for Carissa, where her pieces are poorly coordinated, and Kosteniuk looking on top.
Mhm. Yeah, pawn down, and the queens are going to come off. This is definitely a dream start for Alexandra. And now all she has to do is just develop the pieces, get the king castled, just develop the light square bishop, and just consolidate this extra pawn. And she's also ahead on time. So this is just Alexandra just really switching up a gear and playing some fantastic chess.
Yes, well done by Alexandra. It's kind of shocking to look at the score and see that she's ahead so many points, currently 6-3, because it did really feel like this match is very, very close. But when you look back, you see that, hey, when it was close in a time scramble and she was losing, a lot of the time she came back and make a draw, right? Whereas when she was winning, she reeled in the win. And that's so much about Blitz conversion, being able to successfully convert and have that technique to win your one games.
Yeah, I will be certainly finding out about Alexandra's technique as she plays to win out this endgame where she's a pawn up. Usually it's all about just maintaining, advancing the pawn that is unchallenged. So this pawn on e5, you'll be looking to slowly, with a team behind you, just push and push it forward up the board. And there we see a check. Okay, now you can go rook to
Oh.
d8 and there's problems.
Because of Rookie 3, there's 95, right? Oh,
Hmm.
no, yeah,
Yep.
this is gonna be a disaster. You're gonna lose the piece, I think. Rookie 3 was played. My concern now was that knight d5, and then, where can the rook go now? I guess it could go to
That's a
e4.
Well, the problem is knight to f4 wins material.
Yeah, right, exactly. Knight f4 is gonna win something. I mean, something big. Instead of giving up the exchange was Carissa's choice because she saw she could lose a piece in that variation. But now she's down an exchange and a pawn.
Yeah, and really, when it rains, it pours. Things have just not gone Carissa's way in this opening. First blundering a pawn, now the exchange. And okay, she's going to try to fight as hard as possible, but she's really looking at the very real possibility that she will go into the bullet portion having to make up a 4 point deficit.
Yeah, yeah, very unenviable indeed. Look at this
And
nice little technical move by Kosteniuk.
And I agree with that comment. Said Carissa's very comfortable with chaos. I completely agree that we've seen when the position gets sharp, she's been able to navigate that maneuver and even turn things around. And it's just those closing seconds where somehow things have just not gone her way. And you can see there on the computer screen, how Carissa just looks dejected. She's going to have to refocus though, because if she wants to take it to tie breaks, she is going to have to just play incredibly well to make up 4 points.
Indeed, and she's gonna try. We know that she will. Yeah, I agree. So, Carissa Yip loves chaos, but Alexandra doesn't mind it either. She loves those wild positions. She's been playing them successfully for decades. That's really impressive to me. Her longevity in her career, Jovi, is also all the more impressive because of her aggressive, active style where she's constantly burning energy. And there it is, 7-3 as we enter 1 minute.
7-3, 4 points for Carissa to make up for Alexandra Kosteniuk. It's just about maintaining that mode. She's been playing this 3+1 especially powerful, Jen.
Oh yeah, just a fantastic performance by Kosteniuk so far.
Absolutely. Well, we are soon going to go into a break, but first I have some very magical announcement because Spell Chess Championship begins August the 14th and everyone is invited to enter. Whether you're a wizard with the spells or a complete novice, you've got time to practice the magical variant and duel your way to the crown. For everything you need to know, use !spellchess in chat. And we'll be back with the bullet right after this break.
This is what happens when two of the best female players in the world collide at the 2025 World Blitz Teen Championship. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and I invite you to enjoy this absolute roller coaster between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Irina Bulmaga. White starts with the Reti opening, fianchettoing the bishop to g2. Everything looked like we were heading for a Catalan, but boom! Kosteniuk throws in knight e5 out of nowhere. Spicy chess right from the get-go. White develops the other bishop onto the big diagonal, and Black wisely avoids exchanging queens because, let's be honest, that bishop on g2 is a straight-up demon. After knight b5 and c4, White reopens the diagonal, eyeing that juicy g7 square. Then comes queen to f4, and White dreams of either checkmating on g7 or jumping to c7 with a fork. But knight c7 is never possible because of g5, and boom, the piece is gone, just like that. Instead, White has to go back home for Christmas, and Black seizes the moment to line up on the long diagonal. After e3, knight e2 was possible, snatching the bishop pair and probably best for Black. But Bulmaga retreats to c6, and now, after queen to g5, the Romanian blunders the c5 pawn. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is Blitz. Anything can happen, and usually does. Then a massive rook swap on the d file follows, and Kosteniuk slips with bishop to f3. Better was bishop to e4, because now after queen f6, Black gains a tempo on the bishop and plans to invade enemy territory. King g2 looks natural, but turns out to be a fatal blunder, which Bulmaga doesn't exploit. Knight d5 was a bomb, with this sneaky idea of bishop to c6 check dragging the last soldier into battle. If the bishop stays on e4, then knight g4 is devastating, because White cannot touch the f-pawn. Queen b2 is coming. Instead, we get queen to d8, and after a3, only queen to c2 could keep things balanced. Queen to g5 was very strong, threatening bishop takes h5 and bringing the knight into the action via c5. Bulmaga, now in panic mode, plays b5, but with 2 pawns down, it's game over. What a wild ride! Blitz is pure chaos, and we love it.
We are back, and it is bullet chess time, which means, you got to brace yourselves because it's going to be fast, it's going to be fun, it's going to be furious, it's going to be a lot of excitement in the chess. And I'm here with the absolutely amazing Jennifer Shahade. I just wanted to have a look at the scoreboard once more because Alexandra Kosteniuk put in a powerful performance there in the 3+1 to take a massive 4-point lead. So let's bring up the scoreboard and let's have a look and see exactly what went down. There you see that Alexandra managed to get a first 1-point lead in the 5+1, but things went her way. And now, Jen, I'm going to put you on the spot and I'm going to ask you, if you were Carissa's coach, what would you tell her? She has to make up 4 points.
Win every game. That's all. We got to win every game. And I think that it is going to be incredibly important for her to stay ahead on the clock. We saw that it just does not go well when she dips below. And you know what? I think maybe in these bullet openings, it's time to switch it up, toss the hippo aside, and try something different because Kosteniuk's been dealing with it relatively well.
Absolutely. I like that advice. Toss the hippo aside. No safety first chess. No keeping it tense. Instead, just change things and do things differently. Well, there we see the players. They're getting ready for Carissa. She needs to win every single game if she wants to take it to tie breaks. For Alexandra, she is so close to qualifying to the quarterfinals where she'll be meeting Katerina Lagno. But first stands the bullet. So we'll see what both players bring to the table as we get ready for some fun, exciting chess.
Now, toss the hippo aside. Don't take that advice literally if you actually see a hippo. I don't want to be responsible for any injuries, Jody. And look at this. We got moves on the board as, what is this? Knight C3, Knight F3. They're not playing real chess openings. They're just trying to play fast. And that's a pretty smart idea in bullet. Okay. Just a very passive, I would say, setup for Alex, as she knows she doesn't need to win too many games here to win the match. She just needs to...
Exactly.
Even a draw could be enough. So here we go. Although I gotta say, I kind of like her position now.
Well, this is one of the things that Alexandra can afford to do. She's leading by 4 points. She can just drag out the games, make them super long, right? So, okay, Carissa might draw or might win this game, but, it will take 70 moves, and Alexandra's got the perfect pawn structure to do that. No pawn has stepped forward. Everything is very, very solid. And in fact, I would say that Carissa is the one in trouble because her king is very weak on the dark squares. Queen c3 is coming next. Also, this bishop on c8 is such a bad piece. It's not getting into the game.
That's right. And that's one of the issues when you trade off these dark squared bishops, that it can be very damaging to your position. Look at this, queen to c3 as you predicted. Knight e8. Sure, you stop knight f6, but your woes don't stop there. Alex just has such a beautiful position here. Okay, rook c8.
Yeah.
Queen d2, hanging in there is Carissa. How long will she hang in?
Well, this is the thing, for Alexandra, she wants to hang in there for a long, long time. Yeah, I love your queen h6. Go for the checkmating ideas. Also, you can just clamp down the position and just ask the question to this bishop on d7. Where are you going to go? And Alexandra is just making all the right moves. h5 is in the air. Also, she can step up with the bishop to f3, king to g2. And this knight is going to find a beautiful home on d6.
God, we keep getting knights on d6 in this match. I mean, that's usually a dream square. And rook to d7.
Yeah, but there's queen takes h4 at some point. But okay, here you have to go rook e7. Black is just playing with no space. Now, this is a nightmare Scandinavian.
Yeah, queen d6 looks beautiful because now after queen d6, pawn d6, rook e8, there would be d7. And Alexandra has won. Carissa resigned in that position, maybe thinking that now she can win 4 in a row. Does she have even time for it? Maybe, maybe not, but she's got to give it a try. Hey, I like the spirit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like when
she's actually
1% is more than 0%. You know, she just got to go for it.
She actually lost on time, so she completely forgot about the clock in that position. So, yeah, it was a tough position anyhow, but 5 points. 5 points to make up in just under 12 minutes, 11:42 minutes. Big ask.
Yeah, because there is that 1 second increment, don't forget. So it's not like the games are actually capped at 2 minutes. The cap is quite a lot longer than that, especially if you get into the end game.
And this, yeah, for Carissa now is I think it's just about pride. It's just about clawing as many points as possible and seeing what happens. So this is a good strategy, I feel. You know, take the center, step up with the king, centralize the rooks, develop the bishop, and just keep asking the question to black. Yeah, how are you going to develop your pieces? Okay, I was expecting moves such as b3, but okay, queen to e2 makes a lot of sense. And now, excellent, very natural play. Step up with the king, so there's no queen h3s. No need.
Yeah, really nice position here for Carissa. She hasn't won a game in a while, but maybe this will be the one, as she is even on time and her position looks really sweet. Nice move there, queen f5. Thing is, what's the plan here for white exactly? Because we don't want to overextend. We don't necessarily want to play e6 or d6. h4 on the part of Alexandra, enticing Carissa to trade queens because she didn't want that pawn nestling up to her king with h3 in the middle game.
Yeah. So generally, White's plan is actually just to enjoy the space. You just keep improving your pieces, you know, you just keep depriving your opponent of their square. So this is excellent strategy. Now I'm expecting moves such as b3. Yeah, drive the knight away, and then now you can just go knight b4. Yeah, now you've got an extra square on c6. So you literally, White hasn't done that much, but it's just been it's just quite quiet improving moves and just asking the question to Carissa, how are you going to break out?
A knight e7 check. I mean, there it is, winning a pawn. All right, Carissa looking like she's going to score her first victory in quite a while. Up in exchange with these beautiful pawn duo. There it is. But
Yep.
of course, we're not going to see Alexandra resign. This is very typical in the Speed Chess Championships. She's going to keep holding on, knowing that Carissa's got to win 4 games in 9. What is that? 9 minutes? No.
Yeah. It has to be also checkmate because that's the only way to end the game very quickly as well. So, okay, we're seeing some checks there from Carissa. Carissa just has to play super quickly. And Alexandra, 3 seconds left on the clock. But it was a great game, I must say, from Carissa. This is exactly what she needs to do. In fact, she perhaps should have done this right from the beginning.
Yes. This is just absolutely totally a loss for Kosteniuk. We're trying to make it last as long as possible. She's got 2 seconds left herself.
Mm-hmm. No, no, somehow Carissa is just not finding that way to break through. Okay, now
Yeah, she
the
only has
step up with the G pawn.
It's kind of hard because she only has 4 seconds, so she actually has to make her moves physically fast, which is makes it a little complicated. But I think she's trying to swing her king in to b5 so that the bishop's stuck on c5.
And now the king is snaking its way in. It's going to come into c7. So that should get resignation from Kosteniuk. Okay, it's coming. And
And there it
Carissa
is.
strikes back. Oh, and we go back to another Scandinavian. So this is what Carissa has prepared for this particular segment. I mean, I thought that she got a reasonable position. It was just that she was a little bit careless with, or didn't really find a way to get a good home for the light square bishop, and that caused no end of problems. As it stands, Alexandra doing the great things. You know, she's just keeping things very fluid in the center, very, very solid. And for Carissa just should be backing things up with c5, knight c6, and then just trying to jump in the center with a knight.
Knight b5, hitting c7 here, very direct. I guess knight a6 or knight d5 would have stopped the immediate threat.
Yeah. And the question is, how are you going to beat that knight away from b5? It's standing on the black side. And okay, well, but that knight will continue there. You can literally go c4, a4. Okay, c4 chosen. White's going to back that up with d4. And you still can't evict that knight without allowing it to d6. So here, oh,
Queen
this is very
c3.
nice.
Yeah, we see that she tried this in other games with Carissa being fianchettoed, just trying to break up that fianchetto, and it was so beautiful of a game for Kosteniuk when she did this first time. And knight on e5, this is such an annoying construction because now ideas like knight d4 are threatening all sorts of nasty things to your position.
Hmm. And no, Alexandra is just showing that she's superb in this type of positions where she has extra space. She finds all the right moves in order to keep pressing her opponent. She finds the tricks. And Alexandra just really impressing us. And now here, okay, you can go back. But the ultimate thing is that d5 is in the air. You can go h5. There's so many nice, happy moves for white.
Happy moves, I like that. Happy moves, like a happy meal. Kind of
Mhm.
happy moves we have there. Knight c5. Now it looks like black has kind of unraveled just a little bit, but what about on knight g6? Was that winning a
No,
pawn? Knight g6
it
still
is
wins a pawn.
winning.
One of those, what do you call this? I call it like a switchback because we take a pawn and then we switch back to defending ourselves when you play queen takes f4. But that didn't occur on the board, and now black might be coming back because there's knight c2.
It is, and she's won an exchange, but okay, just 11 seconds left on the clock, and ooh, suddenly Black's king is in a lot of danger. Wow, what a turnaround. And now, what, c4, 5 is in the air. Knight can jump in. Okay, rook to d2, big threat.
I think black's gonna win this one. Can't you do it? c6. The pawn is going down the throat, though. Let's see.
It is.
Queen e5 doesn't quite work because you just play rook d2 check, rook e2, and but this one could work. Yes, look at that. We're up a whole piece now.
Oh,
Oh
and
no.
no, it's the white king that is safe, and black king is in trouble. Alexandra wins.
On time, by the way.
Oh,
Oh, what a tough one. That one was almost Carissa. But you know what? She wouldn't have had enough time to come back in the match anyway because there's only 4 minutes left. But God, that was a real close 2 in a row for Carissa. Valiant effort as always.
absolutely. And one thing is that the scoreline really doesn't kind of reveal the true nature of the games. They've been wild, they've been topsy-turvy. I mean, they've been completely unpredictable. So here, bishop coming out to c5, Alexandra playing black, and Carissa just switching things up. Bishop out to f4. I like what she's doing. Bishop e2, castles. Just get that king to safety. Love this. And are we going to see queenside castling? I think we might do.
Ooh, yes, you called it. You called it. Queenside Castles in a Blitz game. Blitz game, that is. Always leads to wild positions. Look at that f3, just ignoring everything. Rook
Hmm.
e6 now, and the bishop is in some peril because bishop b4 a5 traps it. That's why this computer is giving move an X clam.
It's completely trapped. Like,
Yeah.
who would have thought that white's strongest piece, that was a wedge, is completely busted? And now
And now
a
it's
piece
out, but
is
the
going to
problem
fall off.
is, yeah, because the b5 piece is also attacked. So probably the best white could do is to make it just a piece, two pieces for a rook. But in the middle game, that's going to be absolutely crushing for black. As now bishop b3 is on threat. Queen c4 now is a potential, although I guess you have b3 holding everything together for now. Knight d6 will probably
Mhm.
force bishop takes d6. I don't think you can let that knight come into c4.
That is true. But I do like the way that Carissa is generating that counterplay. You know, she's at least threatening the ghosts of G6 and H6. But whoo, 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 knight C4. Well, that is blowing things up. And now Queen A2. Yup. And how are you going to
And
break through?
I guess you're gonna break through with D3 or something, right? Oh, and look at that. She actually resigned, did Carissa Yep. I would expect her to play that out a couple moves, but I guess it was just absolutely crushing there. And Carissa wants to get a chance to get a couple points in before the match is over, or one rather. It looks
Yeah.
like this might be our last game. Now I know the drama of the match is no longer there because Kosteniuk has won, but God, these games are so cool. Can Carissa win the last game?
Yes. I mean, she will definitely try that. And the last game, there was just no place for the queen to hide without checkmate appearing on the board. So that's why Carissa resigned. But here, Carissa with the black pieces, she has one final shot where she can just win, at least finish this match on a high. It's just really turned in these last few moments. You know, the 3+1 just really did not go her way. And the bullet has been very topsy-turvy. But we're going to see F5, one last hurrah.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
F4, closing it down. The thing is, this has got the king's, the king's Indian kind of vibes, but our bishop's on B7. Usually we want our king's Indian bishop to be closer to the action there. So can Carissa actually get an attack with to justify this construction? We'll have to find out.
Well, I think her gamble might start paying off because it
Mm.
is very scary. G4 coming in. Yeah, it's coming. And then you're going to back that up with F3.
Oh
And
yeah.
suddenly White's king is looking shaky. And sure enough, the White king, some air around the king. And this is like one of those beautiful old games in the king's in attack. Wow, she doesn't even defend the bishop. And actually given a question mark, a double question mark by the engine, because White could calmly capture that piece, but still very, very scary for White. Queen
Yeah.
H4 is in the air, Knight H3 as well.
Yeah. Knight A3 check must have been her idea here, but she's giving up so much material for the queen. That's the problem. The count here is actually 2 pieces and a rook. So for
And
those of you who can do some quick maths, that's 11. I mean, it's true that black has got a couple pawns, but the real pawn in question here is that D7 pawn, which is fabulous. If only you had queen F1 check, but you don't because the bishop on C4 prevents it. Arg.
And it's official. The match timer has ticked down to 0. This is the final game. Alexandra with 10 points while she is safely through to the quarterfinals. But this game is still very much wild, still very much in progress. Queen is making a nuisance of herself. Maybe Queen takes knight, they were seeing.
That's right.
And
Computer hated this because they thought that you want to keep this knight in play, but she was just trying to find a way to break through with this pawn on D7. I don't blame her.
and
But can Carissa keep the balance here? Is now she's getting some counterplay with this H pawn as well.
yeah, and the player's playing so quickly. And yeah, she was doing some good moves, but then the G pawn fell off. But it's the A pawn that is running down the board. Okay, you want to preserve that bishop. A3, careful,
Ooh,
careful. D8 in the air.
she's not going to do a draw. Carissa's going to go for the win.
Yeah.
Can she win this last game? I think she can. Oh no, she lost on time. And we have a score that really belies the competitive nature of this match, but a dominant performance by Alexandra Kosteniuk on the scoreboard, 11-4, as we saw in the games. Many of them were very, very close, Jovi. But that's the problem in Blitz. The player who's in better form and sharper that day will convert their wins. And when you're winning, they sometimes make a draw. And that's what's cost you today.
Yeah, that is certainly what cost Carissa, their match today, but hats off to Alexandra Kosteniuk with a powerful performance there. You know, so razor sharp, so focused, so determined. Let's take a look at the bracket because we have our fifth quarterfinalist, and we can see that Alexandra Kosteniuk, she progresses to the next level. She'll be facing Katerina Lagno in the next round. Well, we have another match in store for you. We go over to the other side and we see Polina Shuvalova against Mary Arabidze. They are fighting for another quarterfinal spot to see who'll be facing off against Alice Lee. Now that one is going to be absolutely insane. We have Polina Shuvalova. She got to the final in the WSCC last year. Mary Arabidze, a bit of a dark horse, but she has been European champion. Jan, what do you think we can expect to see from the match?
You know, I said that the Kosteniuk Yip battle was going to be close, but now I'm going to say that this one is actually going to be the close one, and we're going to be in for a real treat. So don't go anywhere. We are going to be back in not too long for this next match in the Women's Speed Chess Championships, and I can't wait to see who's going to win because we've had some real sizzling chess so far, and it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Sizzling chess, that is what you have in store for you. So get yourselves a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, get yourselves refreshed and ready because in a few moments we are going to be watching this match. Polina Shuvalova, Mary Arabidze. See you then.
I'm literally just a few minutes away from boarding my plane to the US. This is going to be the start of my chess journey. Look at this! The skyline of New York. Hello, nice to meet you.
We have an 8-year-old who's #1 in the country.
I lost both games to these 8 and 12-year-old kids. I'm gonna play against a prodigy kid. You're a comedian, right?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
No one's perfect.
Keep spreading the word and the knowledge. That's my take on this.
Charlotte has one of the best chess centers in all of the US. I am playing against Dina Belinkaya. Honestly, this feels like a world championship match. First 4th of July. One and only Levy. Hello.
Hey Anna, good to see you.
Good to see you. How are you doing? It's been a long time. If you're a chess player, this is the place you have to go to. Hello. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, one of the best chess players in the world.
This is Jasser Sarawan. He is an absolute legend in the chess world.
We are right now in Utah. I am right now standing just a few meters away from the headquarters of Chess.com.
Good luck, everybody.
This is my mom's first time in Los Angeles. I just met Andrea!
Hello, vlog! And Alex. And Alex.
You completely just ruined my entire stream.
Here's the beach, Mom.
Oh, there's the beach. Oh, it's huge.
We have brought a board and we're gonna play chess here at the Santa Monica Pier. This trip has been probably the best thing I've ever done in my life.
Oh my gosh, okay. It's gotta be someone young and chronically online. I'm gonna say Alice. Love my girl, she's a baby. She's gotta have a fast reaction time though. I mean, reaction time is just like milliseconds type of difference, right? Like, so I don't think that really makes such a big difference, especially with increment. So let's say accuracy. Sometimes some mouse slips cost you the whole game. Well, absolutely. I mean, luck plays a role in all sorts of chess, I think. I mean, even in classical, you always have to get lucky, right? To win a game. But I would say the importance of luck is definitely exaggerated in speed chess.
Blink and it's gone. Hesitate and your history.
Gotta move, gotta move, gotta move.
Oh, she lost. Unbelievable.
This is women's speed chess.
Oh my goodness!
It's a collision of elite minds, a global showcase of brilliance under pressure.
Wow. Beautiful checkmate there from Vaishali.
Their precision, razor sharp. The attacks, blistering. The tactics, bold. And their tempo, lightning fast.
Knight G4 and mate. Ooh-wee. Make sure you do your tactics at home, boys and girls. Knight H4, you win the queen. That's it. That's a match.
Wenjun is the champion.
The 2025 Women's Speed Chess Championship starts now.
And we are back with the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we have our second match of the day. It's going to be exciting. If you haven't had enough speed and excitement from the first match, well, hold on to your seats because we are ready for more of the same. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska. I'm with the amazing Women's Grandmaster, Jennifer Shahade, and we're going to be talking you through, breaking down all the action of the match that is Polina Shuvalova against Mary Arabidze. Wow. Jen, we said before, this is probably going to be a close one. You mustn't underestimate Mary. Mary is a European champion. Polina Shuvalova, she did so well last year, WSCC finalist. What can we expect from this match?
Yeah, I think it's going to be super close. Mary Arabidze, such an incredible blitz player, bullet player. I mean, this woman winning the 2023 European Women's Championship is no joke. That has so many tight ends. And then you have Shuvalova, who is an incredible player. The first woman ever to win the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championships. But I predict that will be a tournament that won't be eligible to her for very long, as she has been over 2,500 and clearly of a grandmaster level. So yeah, this is a really tough one. I know we said that Carissa versus Kosteniuk was too close to call, but this time we really mean it.
I mean, I would have said, I really, and you know something, I'm going to stand by my words, Jen, because the matches, the games themselves, they were so turbulent. They were so full of ups and downs. Anything could have happened. But in the end, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she proved an exceptional winner there. And now it is going to be all about these two women. Polina Shuvalova, she's been a world junior champion. She's been WSCC finalist. She's also been a winner of the I'm Not a GM competition, the first woman to have ever done so. And then we have a former European champion, Mary Arabidze, and it's going to come down to speed skills. Incidentally, Mary actually qualified because of her performance on the Title Tuesday Grand Leaderboard. So, well, she's quick.
Oh, yeah. And these two have played quite a number of games and bullet brawls on Chess.com. So they're familiar with each other. And in fact, according to my search, they're even Steven. So if the history proves well, we are going to be with a very exciting tight match on our hands. Look at that red fire that Polina is bringing to the table today. I have to say, I really love that color. In case you were wondering from my hair, she looks scary.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, red is a color of victory, a color of fire. I agree. And I also, just to say, I love the curtains there at the back. It makes her look like she's playing in a palace. And there we see on the brackets, we're going to be focusing on the left side of the board because the winner of this match between Polina and Mary, they are going to find themselves facing off against the talent that is Alice Lee. Well, anything can happen there, but for the time being, we've got to focus on what is coming up in front of us, and that is this matchup between Polina and Mary. As Jen says, it's going to be close. I also think it's going to be close, but we'll see.
Yeah, any predictions? I see people in the chat saying that Owen Bodacious, for instance, saying Polina is a beast in this format, for sure. Yeah, I mean, she is. makes sense that she might be the favorite if you look at it from that perspective, having played so many of these speed chess championships. Foxuba says that Polina is playing in the Turkish league. Could that be a disadvantage as she's distracted? You pointed out those curtains. Maybe that means it's a hotel that she's playing in rather than her home office. I'm sure you understand how that is. Working on the road always has a different vibe, right?
Yes, it certainly is. And actually, if she's playing in the Turkish league, that means that she would have had a day packed full of chess. So we'll see how much energy she has for this particular encounter. And now the match is going to be intense. It's going to get fast. It's going to get fierce. It's going to be all of the emotions. First up is 45 minutes of 5+1, then half an hour of 3+1, and then the fan favorite, or rather my favorite. I'm just giving everyone the same values that I have for 15 minutes of bullet chess. The most dramatic format ever.
My son Fabian agrees with you. He said the bullet is the best chess. And the evaluation bar is always what you should look at when you're trying to get better at chess. Yes, he told me to tell the audience that. Don't listen to it.
Well, these two players, they are about to be their virtual warriors. Fierce battle is going to ensue. Polina, Mary, are we ready to go?
I think they're just about ready to go. Yeah, they're going to start any second now. And, this first game is often really indicative of what's going to happen in the vibes of the match. We saw actually in the Kosteniuk Yip match, actually, despite the lopsided score, Yip won the first game, right? She won the first game, but she got into huge time pressure. So weirdly, it did kind of tell the story of the match, even though she ended up winning.
Mm-hmm. I also kind of belied the strategy as well, because we saw Carissa be very faithful to this idea that she wasn't going to make any committal moves. She was going to play very provocatively out of the opening. But here we're seeing a completely different game there from Polina. She's first developing with a knight, and then we're seeing something which is kind of very similar to the Catalan, except Black has gone for a triangle formation.
Indeed. Now, usually white would be poising to play for e4 in these types of situations, but we'll see at what point she goes for that.
Yeah, so it's a completely different kettle of fish, this type of chess. White stakes out the center, so does black, and then everything as Jen is going to build up for either e2, e4, or for white just playing with extra space. So you can look at ideas like knight to e5. Maybe there's even some rook ac1s and c takes d5 at the right time. And there you see that the knight came out to a6, a3. That knight is not allowed to jump further.
Yes, completely different, as you pointed out, from yesterday, from last match, which was just so wild and unconventional. Now these types of positions seem a little bit more solid. We've got a Slav defense, and white has achieved the move e4, and instead of capturing, black has counter punched with the move c5. We got a quick trade on d5. I'm not exactly sure, but I guess e5 wasn't assessed as promising by Polina. And we've got this little box of pawns in the center. I always find these tricky because you really need to be quite cognizant of the consequences of everything. And it's Blitz, so you don't want to think for too long. But every move you kind of have to check. CD5, pawn c5, CD4, pawn takes c4. Make sure everything looks becoming to you.
Exactly. I mean, there's one word that I would use to describe this, and that's just tense, right? As you mentioned, you have to calculate, what happens if the C takes D4? What happens if D takes C4? What about the loose pieces? There's these two bishops there on G2 and B7. Are they in potential danger? And there we're seeing the queen just steps up the board to F5. And now there's even more tension on the center now that c takes d5 could be an option. The rook on d1 is eyeballing the black queen, and it's very funny because these type of positions, I often judge them by how good of a square can you find for your queen. If you find a nice hiding place for the queen, well, then it's all good.
Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to get the eval bar back without the engine lines, but I'll figure it out eventually. But queen f5 is a very unusual move to get to play, Jovi, because usually the queen is very exposed there. But I think just based on the particular configuration of the positions, as well as the fact that we don't really want to play g6 because then h6 will be super weak, it's very different than usual. And hey, if you can get away with having your queen on f5, why not? And look at that, rook c5, apparently a question mark move, because after knight to b3, you didn't really have a good place to move your rook back to. Is that true? Wow, otherwise you would lose this pawn for nothing. So instead, bishop
Wow.
to c8, little in-between move here by black.
But the question remains, like, where is that rook going? Like, the queen can just drop back. Say, let's
Yeah.
drop her back all the way to b1, just because I want to suggest a very safe square. Like, where is that rook going to go? I mean, everywhere it stands is okay. You can go rook takes c4. That's about the only thing you have. Okay.
And then we need to look at the consequences of rook takes c4, pawn c4. It seems like that knight c6, there's a lot to look at there. So I guess that's the question. And could we play a different move here than queen b1? Like if we play queen e5, I know it doesn't look good. It's not the square that you would normally put the queen, but hear me out. What I'm thinking about is that at the end of the line, if I have knight c6, then maybe I just win a piece. That said, I guess it was too exposed in that point. So Polina did play queen to b1, and now we have to calculate the consequences of rook c4. Note that we could play knight c6 right away after rook c4 too, right? So that's something else you need to consider. But
Yes.
rook c4 on the board.
And now here you got your knight c6, you got your knight e6. Okay, well, we're seeing of the two, knight to c6 is the better move. It's the better move, and Polina finds it. And now there's only one square to go with the queen, and that's queen e8. But you were literally setting up problems on the e line. That's all I'm thinking. Rook goes to e1. In fact, the queen is almost trapped. Okay, well, this is even a nicer sequence of moves. You just take and then you set up a pin against the queen and rook. Beautiful play.
Very well done, indeed. Nice little calculation. So you might be able to win the knight, but you're not going to be able to recapture the bishop then. So that's the problem. So you're going to get an exchange here. And this is why Polina appears to be advancing to an early lead if things go as expected. Now, does white have, black has at least one pawn though. So after bishop f8, queen f8, we would have a pawn. And that's why knight d4 is such a wonderful move. She doesn't take the rook right away. She moves the knight first to try to keep black at bay before cashing in her chips. Really love it. That's the type of move that is all class.
Totally. It's so cool, right? You know, you don't need to collect your chips. You can just simply wait a little bit. You can even wait some more, right? You can just start improving the bishop. You can go bishop c6, or you can go bishop takes rook. I think for me, it would be almost too irresistible. I would either jump in with my knight to c6 just because, or I would just go bishop takes rook because it just gets, the temptation is too much. And we see, okay, rook to e1. And there we see, just as the crowd begins to cheer for Mary, I see there a chat, a featured chat in favor of Mary. Well, you see Polina make a mistake. Now, why is this such a big mistake? Surely the queen can't move to a comfortable square, and there's still bishop takes rook in the air.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just didn't like it that much because knight d3 can come with tempo, and maybe black has a little bit better game than before. But it's certainly doesn't negate Polina's edge. She's still doing great. But hey, you know, black's got a pawn, and hey, you know, if the rook can't easily invade, maybe this isn't quite as bad as it looks.
Yeah, there's still this kind of pawn mass there on the queen side that
Right.
white will have to neutralize. And you have some great squares, and then it can come to d3. So, I mean, it's not all hopeless for Mary. And so she drops back with the bishop. B5. Yes. Get them rolling.
See, and that's the thing. Now this knight d3 is going to come with tempo at some point. So the rook on e1 maybe not as well placed as it would normally be. I mean, sure, open file for the rook. Normally you just love that square. But knight getting to d3 is really sweet. Of course, like you can try to remove it at some point with bishop f1, but then your light squares are weak because this bishop lives. So yeah,
Mhm.
still an advantage for white, but as the clock ticks down, anything can really happen, as we know from our experience calling these speed chess championships. King H2, by the way, played just a little quiet move.
Yeah, and I just have to kind of call out this move that Mary played, A4. So A4 was designed just to prevent white from undermining the protection of this knight with any B3s, but it doesn't make the best of impressions because you lose the flexibility, you lose the possibility of being able to go B5, B4, and try to get that pass pawn. But I like what Mary's doing now. Play with all of your pieces. And oh, Jen, you're speaking my language. That's exactly what I what I would love to do.
Yes, that's right. We got that Alpha Zero spirit in here. Anytime you can play H5 and H4, let's go. I mean, it does call out to be played with King H2. The thing is that Black's position has got a little bit of a quasi fortress feel to it. As you pointed out, we can't really do anything with these pawns, but what we can do is say, hey, come and get me. It's not going to be easy for you to break through here, even though you have a rock.
Yeah. It's certainly not going to be an easy task there for Polina, especially when you have just 1 minute on the clock. But the situation is also true for Mary because Mary has just under 1 minute and she has to find those accurate moves in order to defend and hold everything firm. Now, I'm expecting that Polina will try to neutralize, yes, just get rid of that knight, get rid of the bishop. But okay, we're seeing some trades.
Yeah, I like this. She's trying to just isolate the fact that she has a rook against a knight and see if she can get rid of those powerful pieces by white, by black. King takes G2. Just she has to double check here about the tactics because you can imagine if you could somehow distract this rook, knight takes E1 would be a very beautiful royal fork. But luckily for white, I don't think there's any way to do that. Black has no fun and game tactics here.
Yeah, Black will just have to start improving that that knight on f6. Maybe with your idea of actually going h5, h4, just to unsettle white. But at the minute, there is a problems with that knight on d3. You probably have to move it back. And you can see the evaluation bar. Not a fan, and it's also on the clock for Mary as the time ticks down, and f4 is also in the air.
You always want to play F4 when you can. I noticed that. You're like, let's go. Okay. Rook to E4 played.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, you really would like to just dislodge that knight from e5. You want to do it obviously at the right time. You need to do it when your king has a lovely hiding place, but it's super important. And there you can see f4 is the move and g4 being found. And yeah, let's see if blunders come with low time. They certainly will, because that's when everything just goes wrong or right for one person. And there you see, keep the queens on the board. And we see Mary being tricky. And the king being forced up to f7. I mean, that wasn't ideal, but it didn't have a good hiding place on h7. And this goes to show like the power of the rook and the queen. And well, we talked about errors, and here is well, not an error actually, because the rook is simply going to be overpowering the knight. Now the king just joins in. Teamwork makes the dream work. Beautiful.
Yeah, very nice technique there by Polina. I mean, good blitz is so much about technique. That's why they think you think like the best tactician is going to be good at blitz. Nah, not always. Sometimes it's the Karpov, the Sarawans who are fantastic at blitz because they've got that positional mastery, and it's not always what you would expect.
Yeah. It's interesting because someone once told me that positional players are actually fantastic at calculation, whereas attacking players have really good intuition. And in Blitz, you need to really rely on your calculation, your fast calculation. So I can see why the positional players make great Blitz players. And I have played Yasser one, and he beat me. I think I've only scored like half a point out of like 20. He's
That
good.
is really a funny way to look at it. It just goes to show in life you can always flip things. I feel like, it's crazy. Yeah. You can always look at things from the other point of view. I feel like that's kind of the essence of chess in so many ways. You got to see your opponent's ideas. The more you do that, the better you'll get. Now, speaking of
Mm-hmm.
seeing your opponent's ideas, when we play Queen B7 in a regular game, we're usually like really vigilant about what happens after castles, get our queen get out. But in Blitz, you do kind of have to go with your intuition because you can't just sit there for 2 minutes calculating the consequences. And Mary says, like, yeah, let's just take the pawn, see what happens. Speaking of Yasser,
It's
isn't that funny? We talk about Yasser and suddenly somebody just takes a pawn on B7. What is this? It's like we summoned him, right?
he would approve, right? Queen to b7, take that pawn, and then live to tell the tale. Even though it's pretty scary, yeah, because the queen is going to get chased around. Black is going to be very quick with c5 ideas, trying to blow open the center. But there you see, now the queen has to step back, and here you go. And white has to tread very, very carefully. Now, you can't afford to open up any more lines. So I'm expecting moves like d takes c5, and then just get the bishop to e2, provide some cover for the king, and then castle as quickly as you can. Kingside, that is.
Yeah, castle. I mean, it looks like white's there in time. What do we do here for black? A rook c8 or something like that? And then it's still castling seems like it gets there in the nick of time. What about d4 and knight e6? Like play d4 and then after pawn takes d4, instead of taking with the queen, hit him with knight e6.
I like that. I also liked your rook c8 plan because that was very nice to me. Just put pressure with knight a4, put pressure against the b2 and c3. Either way, I think black has enough activity to counteract, but it's costing Polina some time. She does go for the move that you suggested first and your second move as well. So, Jen, your prediction game as ever on point.
Yeah, my worry here though, it's not really a worry. I mean, like a draw is, if some of these games are drawn, that's fine. But my worry here is that there will be a lot of trades, and black will, leverage some of their development advantage in order to regain the pawn, and that after that it will be pretty even. I mean, that's often what happens, and it's kind of fair. Chess is often a game of imbalances where one player has the positional advantage and the other has a material advantage, and one at some point you trade one for the other, and it's pretty equal. Will that happen here? I think so.
Yeah. Well, I suspect that this position may just fizzle out. I agree with you. I think there's definitely this chance that, black is simply going to pile all the pressure they can against c3 and then just make a trade. But then, we still have that small imbalance of a bishop versus a knight. So we'll see how that. Oh, well, talking about, playing positionally, well, that went out of the window when g5 appeared. So obviously you can't allow g4. So that's why we're seeing h3 covering that square. And now this pawn on g5, we just know this from the evaluation bar. It's a liability, but it's not an obvious one.
Yeah, it's not that big a deal. But the bigger issue is, like, for me, with that bishop sitting on f3, how exactly do we regain the pawn? Well, I think Polina's answer was rook c4, just doubling. But don't we have potentially something like rook d3 here to kind of continue just being greedy and trying to keep the pawn? It's just like all a continuation of queen takes b7. Just hold on tight, hold on tight and just keep that pawn. I'm actually imagining a roller coaster where instead of handles are like little big pawns. I'm just like holding on.
I like it. I like it. Yeah. I've got to hold it on. No, it's like two kids, squabbling over one pawn. And you're like, no, a big tug of war is beginning. Well, hang on a second. There's been a trade. And yeah, you're right. White is just simply going, you got a weakness, but I've got a weakness, but you've got a weakness too. And the d5 pawn is falling. And oh my goodness me, if that pawn went on g5, you could literally make the trades and be comfortable that it should be a draw.
Oh, that's what the computer saw. That's funny. Computers sometimes have like these ridiculous evaluations that are so esoteric, but this one actually is like pretty cool. It's like, wow, that makes sense. So they were thinking about this trade and knight c3 and queen d5 and realizing that now g5 is hanging too. So the fireworks will end in white's favor. Gosh, those little details.
Yeah, it is. And Mary's playing this so well. I mean, one of the things I just wanted to mention about the Georgian style is that they're not, as a whole, that theoretical. Like the openings, I would say it's specializing in sidelines, um, freestyling a lot of the time, but their technique in their middle game, so good.
Yeah, I noticed that about the Georgian player who moved to the United States many years ago, about 20 years ago, Rusidan Goletiani, former U.S. women's champion. Her openings were always pretty, a lot of like B3, G3 stuff, not super theoretical, but she was just such a fighter in the middle game. And yeah, it's something I think they learned from their heroes, Kapranashvili and Chiburnidze, the original Georgian grandmasters who became world champions and inspired generations of Georgian women to take up this game.
Absolutely. It's an interesting point, right? That often in chess, like in a whole area can be kind of that their style of chess can be actually determined by the trailblazer of that generation. Like for instance, Latvian players, we have a whole generation that are super sharp. They love aggressive chess, and it's primarily because of Mikhail Tal. And then we also have the same in Poland with some areas, because of the influence of I've forgotten his Krasenkov, very attacking players, and a lot of Polish players are very aggressive. So it's very very interesting. And talking about aggressive, we can't neglect the board, because look at this G5, which we thought could be a liability. Well, it actually isn't. It's suddenly spearheading an attack on the king side.
Turning into an asset now, but we can't take on d5. I mean, that was the idea of rook b1, that now we can play knight takes d5 because our rook is no longer pinned, or our knight is no longer pinned, rather. So knight takes d5, what's the idea there for black that makes her believe she's going to get a lot of comp? Knight takes d5, queen takes d5. I mean, we're still up a pawn, right?
Yeah. Well, you got to
Does it
deal
mean
with the
just
king side first.
activity? Yeah.
So first up, you got to take on G. Well, I'm not so
Sure.
brave to allow the, the white king to be exposed. So I'll be capturing on G4. Yeah, and that's what we see Mary do. And then now questions. I agree with you. Do you take with the rook or do you take with the knight? The knight, you threaten some nasties there on H2.
Yeah, I would imagine knight takes d4 looks more normal, but hey, rook takes d4 does introduce another piece into the fray. Here's the thing though, like after knight g4, that queen h2 threat is like quite nasty. What do we do? Do we just let you play check and like kind of try to run away? Because queen d5 does protect the pawn on g2. I mean, I would normally I would be very reluctant to do that, but I just don't really see any other great moves, because if knight g4, g3, then you have queen h5 kind of renewing the threat. And so I don't really see how that helps anything, right? And, that actually just made it worse, because now we're actually threatening queen h2 and queen f2. Whereas when your pawn's on g2, at least you're laterally defending against that. We're low on time, so I'll go back to the position. But I think she just might have to brave it out here. And indeed, queen takes d5, queen h2, king f1. She has gone for the run. Rook c6 here, a question mark. Not sure why. It seems like she's simply trying to get her rook into the game, maybe via f6.
Yeah.
But we'll see how rook d4 attacking the knight. Also a very logical move that's been giving an X for miss by the computer.
But you have some funny business, right? You've got moves like knight takes e3, followed by rook takes knight, and then the queen will give a check on h1. Okay, the players are just going down this line. So yeah, it's suddenly like I know the evaluation bar is still in favor of white, but if I were playing black, I would be feeling very hopeful. The white king out there in the open, that's going to be very dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. I am also surprised that this is assessed as a draw here, but I guess maybe they see that white can defend and black can worm out with a perpetual of some sort. That must be the reason that we're seeing this. And look at this counterattacking move, rook f4, hitting f7. Very well done.
Yeah.
14 seconds left for Mary, 12 seconds left for Polina after the passive move, rook f8. But hey, passive, but it does the job. And now queen takes a2 leaves us with this golden pawn.
Oh, and Mary going for checkmate on h8. So, okay, now is the time for Polina to start the checks. But how is she going to cover the h8 square? She's still throwing in some more checks. I mean, can the white king escape? Can you go g3? Yep, it's happened. And I
Yeah.
guess you have to weaken. Ooh.
But f6 seems to handle things. Now after rook f7, there's just not quite enough firepower here for white, is there? It looks like things should be really nice for white, but there's nothing quite there. And now it's black again on top of queen h1 was a huge threat. Oh, 1 second left for Mary. She's going to lose on time.
Oh, no. And you only get 1 second increments, and she has to speed up.
Polina,
she grabbed the queen.
Polina won on time as she won Polina's queen. What a game. I mean, that was really close up to the final moments where Polina blinked first, and now we're 1-1. Hey, let's go.
And that was that looked like it was a mouse slip. You know, she was intending to go queen takes pawn, but no time on the clock. She dropped the queen on a square. She shouldn't have put it on. But anyway, 1-1 as Jen mentions, and it's all systems go. And now we have a Sicilian, and yeah, it's one of these kind of positions where white has that space and black is just chipping away at the center.
That's right. And this move knight b4 can come in handy because the bishop on d3 is such a gorgeous piece in these Alpine Sicilians. If you can remove it, it's really, really good for black to do that. It doesn't mean the position's winning for black because you have to give up a lot in order to take that bishop. First of all, you had to kill your own bishop. And also you had to give up a lot of time. That said, from a positional point of view, it has so many merits because can you imagine having a light squared bishop here eyeing this? I mean, my attack would be 5 times stronger.
Exactly. And this is actually one of the things I remember reading a book by Max Erve on the middle game. And he was talking about, you know, when white has a pawn on e5, you really have to set up a kingside attack because that pawn just cuts the board in half. And in light of that, a bishop on d3 is on its dream diagonal, getting ready to sacrifice. So no light square bishop on the board. We see h4. Now, I'm a bit of a greedy gut, so I'm like, can one just go bishop takes h4?
Wow, you are greedy, and she didn't do it, but maybe she could have. H5. By the way, this is the player who played queen takes b7 last time. So it's kind of funny. Polina kind of daring her to take 2 nasty pawns in a row. This time she didn't take them. See, my perspective is so different than yours. You're like, I want that golden apple. I'm like, that's a nasty pawn.
I think you're all right because I just checked what the follow through would have been if you'd taken it. Would have been g4. It would have been like kingside attack go. So yeah, I can understand why black was like, no, not touching that.
Yeah, that's apple is just not looking good there. Knight g4 though, look at this. And this is the thing I know it's sad to lose that light square bishop. I mean, listen, I love these types of positions and I always shed a tear over it. But it doesn't mean your attack is done. As long as you have a lot of minor pieces on the board, and here we have 3, you still have a chance to attack. And this knight is really well poised on g4, always making black stay honest about potential sacrifices. The thing is, I'd really like to have one more major piece, like put a rook on g3. But what's up with bishop g5? Doesn't that just invite me to play f4?
I agree. Also, this move, wow, this is a nice shot in the dark, right? So you're just arguing, hey, f4 is coming, knight takes h6 is in the air, and if you go bishop takes bishop, well, suddenly the rook is able to like lift up and swing over and get involved in the attack, and yeah, knight to f6. Ooh, that's mean.
King h8, nice little move there. Not one that everybody would look at, but once you see it, you're like, oh, that's smart. Because now you're no longer having to worry about these knight h6 and knight f6 check ideas if you elect to play bishop takes e3.
Yeah. Ooh, well, bishop to e3, I like it. But I mean, the problem for black is how you're going to untangle. I mean, are you completely on the defensive? And there, yeah, you see b5. She's going on the counterattack.
Yeah, I don't blame her. I mean, the nice thing for black is that if we ever play f4, you do have this tempo gaining move, bishop h4. So that's convenient. Every tempo is precious.
Mhm. But
b4,
the
closing
problem
up.
is, yeah, you're closing up. Yeah, that's also a problem, right? Now the C line is the only open line, and white is in possession of that. And still, you have to worry with the black pieces about this kingside attack and these sacrifices that might rear their heads, once that bishop moves. Okay, and I'm also thinking about, yes, the knight will come to d3, come to c5, and well, I like this move, knight to e7. I didn't spot it, but now that I see it, I like it. Knight to f5.
But knight d3, following your suggestion here. Now after knight f5, we gotta, I guess, move our queen to h3, f3. H2 doesn't look like a good option, so I guess it's down to those two squares on the third rank. She chooses queen h3. While staying out on the clock, Polina actually technically lost on time, but I think it was more of like a freezing after losing her queen type of situation. One thing you notice very often in blitz matches is when somebody loses on time, they play very fast the next game because they want to kind of correct the error, make sure that they don't lose on time for a second time. Kind of a getting back into the rhythm type of thing that you see quite often. Now, queen g5 played, inviting white to come into the game with rook c7. But is that an invitation that we should make?
Yeah, this is, well, we're going to see exactly what happens after this move. So it's going to be interesting, right? Because you're almost, you kind of want to give up that bishop and go rook, rook c8, and then just come in with the rook and put pressure on and do the counterattack. But the problem is like, where are you going to move the bishop? And if you're not going to move the bishop anywhere, then you have to hold onto it and you have to defend it with rook to d8, and then just be even more patient. And patience is a virtue, and it's especially good in chess. So I'm going to predict rook f to d8. Okay, this is nice. Going back to its retreating square in order to relocate it to a6. But one of the reasons I wasn't thinking about this move, because I just thought that white would follow through with knight to c5. But as we see, the blue arrow is saying rook to e1 is the move to get the advantage.
Rook to e1. Why do we need to overprotect that square? That's the question. Maybe there's... What's the idea of overprotecting that square? Let's see. Maybe it allows us to play...
It's difficult. Not easy. Not
Not
easy
obvious.
to understand why. Right. And I'm not expecting a move like rook to e1. Unless
No, no.
unless there's something massive that we're missing. But no. Okay.
Just rook c1 is a more type of move that people might play. But yeah, knight d4 ideas don't seem to have any tactical teeth to them. So yeah, I don't get it. What's the big deal here? Is it just... So the computer's saying bishop a6, they're putting that arrow there, but why is that so good? Because of bishop e2? But we can move our knight to f4 and then bishop e2. Oh, bishop e2. Oh, knight f4, knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
this is an unusual tactic, right? So I think I'm right. Yeah, knight f4. I think you have knight e3 now, right? Or is it knight d?
Yes.
Oh, it's knight d4. That's easier because that just removes this. Okay, I thought there was knight e3 as well, but maybe I missed something. But knight e3 also might work, right? Because if you take with the knight, I play queen takes. If you take with this queen, queen takes. So a weird removal of the defender type idea. But instead, white played knight to f2, I suppose, to avoid that. And now bishop came to e2, attacking this. So that was the whole idea. It was basically an idea to stop bishop a6 to bishop e2. That was why the computer was playing rook e1. Yeah, that's a tough one. But to Mary's credit, she saw it right away. Very well done.
She did. And now we see the bishop. I was expecting maybe bishop takes knight, but no. Bishop goes to a6. Yeah, is she getting ready to go rook c8 and make some trades? Or is there something even better? Because I just noticed that the rook on c6 doesn't have too many squares. So, you're almost looking for like moves like bishop c4. Just
What's
weird
interesting
and
also,
wonderful move.
it's weird that this is cool, by the way, Jovi, because if you play rook c8, I have rook a6, right?
Hmm.
And that's winning for white. But the hilarious part is actually you move this rook. And then you can't play rook a6 because I have rook takes c2. Isn't that funny? It's kind of like the opposite of what you would expect. Like if an LLM was playing this, there's no way they'd get that right. Because it's like, move the rook that hangs your bishop. What? But
Okay.
okay, we didn't see either of those moves. And instead we find the bishop back on e2. What a cool idea. What a cool concept here. And now rook a7 played by Mary. Um, don't don't mind those little marks by the computer. They have no idea what they're doing. Just kidding, they do, but it's okay. Right now we're playing on instinct and speed because this is the speed chess championships, and this knight still loose creates lots of opportunities for black, but can she find them? What
Exactly.
now?
Can she find them? And the thing is, this rook on c6, you kind of want to get it out. So, okay, rook to c8, rook a. I do feel like white has to be very careful, right? For starters, the rook on c7, the rook on the c line is the only thing that's keeping white's position alive. If that rook leaves, the rook comes to c8, it's game over. So here, there's no way for white to actually coordinate the pieces to win material. And okay, more things are going to be dropping off. Knight to h4 in the air. What other moves?
How do we get this rook into the game? I love that point. Can we play like rook f8 and f6 at some point, maybe? Like h5, rook f8 and f6. If we can finagle that, we're going to be winning as
Yeah,
black
and
because
this
the
is
bishop
also looks
extra
great.
pawn and your king could be exposed.
Okay, I was expecting the queen to kind of sneak her way around the back with queen h1 and then go to queen b1 and come in that way. But I think Mary just was 5 seconds left on the clock. She's just making moves, just reacting instantly. Okay, now the queen can come in. Queen e1, queen h1 in the air. Yeah.
Can't you get, Polina, can't you get a repetition? I feel like we've repeated this once or twice. Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, what I would do as white. Of course, it's easy to say, but now they both have only 4 seconds left on the clock and the queens have come off.
Yeah,
Knight
but
to h4.
now this is a different ball game completely because the white king is safe in the middle of the board. The knight can come to c5, okay, but Mary is still finding some great moves to keep the game alive. She gives up the a pawn, and now things are turning.
But she's a little bit faster, Jovi. I think she might win on time again. Can she? Polina avoid the time loss again. She's got 5 seconds left. She's built it up.
She has, and Mary's just losing control of the position. I mean, what a turnaround. But it's all coming down to the clock, and there we see Polina. She's so quick.
What a game.
She
What a game.
wins.
That was wild, man. I mean, that was a really cool one. I loved that game. But unfortunately, the tactics and the strategies there were so beautifully intertwined. That's what I loved about that game, Jovi. You got tactics in chess and you got strategy, and those, they were like perfectly raveled there for instructional benefit. But of course, it was a 5-minute game, not a classical game. So we didn't have time to see all of it unravel, but we saw a lot. Well done.
Yeah.
And here we've got a, what do we got here? We got a exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit decline, similar to our first game, I think, where Mary grabbed this pawn on b7.
And we'll see whether Polina plays knight bd7 like she did in that game. Nope, she doesn't. She says, no, I'm going to defend that pawn. Yeah, I also love that last game that we saw. It had absolutely everything. It had nerves, it had tactics, it had strategy, it had surprising resources. And now we're going to see a kind of very classical game where black is going to try to get a knight to d6. White perhaps is going to try to break either with b4, b5, do the old minority attack, or strike in the center and just liberate that bishop on g2. And now the question is, like, where are the kings going? Are the kings going to the right side of the board or to the left. And I'm expecting, yeah, there you can see white is actually setting up some queen f5 ideas. I'm just so going after the pawns. I'm sorry. I make no apology for this.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're really hungry for pawns today. Chomp chomp. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You didn't have dinner, huh? You gotta get your pawn dinner. So queen f5, just the cold-blooded rook h5 to protect that pawn. That's kind of funny. And now g4 could be in the air.
And it looks like it will be in the air. So maybe time to go back to queen c2 and go, hey, you can't castle anymore. And claim as a very small moral victory on that.
Good point. Good point. You can't castle anymore once we move the rook. It's nice that in online chess, you don't have to worry about whether or not your opponent does it and it's not legal, right? And in over the board chess, there's been many cases where somebody just moves the rook back to h8 and then castles. Who knows?
That's true. Yeah, no, I've seen that done in action, and yeah, it was very. And I actually even saw a clip of someone doing it, and then when they showed their game, they were like, "Oh, and here at castle," they were like, "You're not allowed. You move the rook." Oh yeah, I did. But okay, here we saw some really gutsy play there from Mary. She castled queenside. That took me by surprise because it's literally inviting black to come up with a plan of c5. But first, Polina just decides to find a nice home for the king, castling by hand. And here it's just going to be whoever gets their breakthrough first. Do you think that this is going to be the last game in this portion? We have 5 minutes and 22 seconds remaining.
Oh, great question. I think so. It looks like it's the kind of game that will go the distance, unless one of the players really wants to get an extra game in and tries to finagle a draw earlier than that. But they're both playing well, and I have no reason to. It's only a 1 point deficit. I see no reason why Murray would be panicked here or feel that it's necessary to play another 5-minute game. So yeah, I think this will be the last one.
Yeah. Well, it is a tricky game, and now things are getting a whole lot trickier as white makes the move on the king side, trying to open up the H line. Now, the problem is that you can't keep it closed, because if you go G4 trying to lock it down, H5 is coming, and then you're faced with that dilemma again. I mean, do you allow that H pawn to just advance straight up the board, or do you actually trade it off? My vibe, again, I'm trying to think of safety first, is to do this. And then, like, I was thinking knight f6, rook h8.
Yeah, that's a problem. You get the H file, but it's also open for black, so there's not a heck of a lot that you can do with it. And black seems to have really done well for herself. The bishop on G2, a lot of times I prefer the bishops to the knights, but it's just hard to imagine a future better for that bishop than ultimately trading it at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it's so nice to see messages of support for the players, because it really means a lot to the players. It also provides good energy. They can feel the vibe. Trust me. When you play with a lot of support and people are cheering for you, they have your back, you just feel like you can do anything. So yeah, just get cheering. Who do you want to win? Do you want Polina? Who do you think will win? Polina, or would it be Mary? And we are seeing some trades. And what do we think about this one, Jan? I mean, the pawn structure's changed. I don't know who that favors, actually.
Yeah, my gut sense is I would like that a little bit for black, because it's like something that we can maybe try to play against at some point. I mean, it's not like we can play b4 illegally, or that we would even do it if we wanted to. So yeah, I actually feeling like black's position is nice. Our king is just so safe on g7. Our knight has such potential. Pawn on f2 is a little bit of a weakness. And ideas like this b5, which have just been played, have been kind of reintroduced into the position partly because of the move c5. See, I'm feeling black a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm also feeling black, because you can't just make the natural recapture of c takes b6, because rook takes b6, and suddenly there's a whole lot of eyes on b2. But yeah, and if you don't do that, then you allow this kind of like pawn avalanche on the queen side. So I'm expecting rook takes b6, sure enough. And yeah, queen to d4, nice move there from Mary, just trying to lock the game down, take it into an endgame. Well, actually, this bishop on g2 is going to be a really nice piece because it's going to be able to control things from that square. And well, knight jumps in now.
Yes, we couldn't really avoid the queen trade because if we tried something like queen b8, like now suddenly rook h1 and white's threatening rook h7 check ideas, or rook f4 was probably even better. So yeah, it does seem that black's going to have to acquiesce to the end game here.
Yeah.
In which case, as you were pointing out, the bishop might be a little bit more promising.
Yeah. And there were also, yeah, you definitely had to keep that queen stuck there on e5 because there were even like ideas of rook h7, just sacrificing the rook in order to get time to get this checkmating ideas on h8. So we're going to go into an endgame, and well, the match clock is down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. So we'll see who can hold their nerve in this one. It's a double rook endgame, and neither side have particularly mobile pawns. They're not able to easily create a pass pawn. So I love f5, but it's all about activating and mobilizing the rook. I'm not sure about this one. I was expecting rook, the other rook, to line up on the h line just to get active, and now the rooks come down and poke and just stare down to b2. Yeah, black's king is so mobile.
Yeah, but it still seems like it should be a draw in most cases because like we don't really have any weaknesses to target except for the b2 pawn, which is extremely adequately defended here. So I still think it's going to be a draw, but that said, if they were to get down to like 10 seconds each, like anything can happen, as we know from the Speed Chess Champs.
Yeah.
Maybe white will try to trade off this pawns, make it a little bit more drawish. Rook d1 on the board also looks like a great move. Stopping the king from getting too far into the action, and also introducing the idea of rook d5, which would be a nice little counterattack. C4, hated move by the engine, but now rook to d2 instead. I'm not sure what they wanted. I suppose they wanted us to take on c4. Is that right? I
I
don't know
was
why that was
thinking
the
that's
plan.
probably, and then thrown in some checks. There were some funny checks that you could have done, and we're gonna see it now. The rook is gonna slide down to d7. Oh, where is the rook going? Where is the king gonna hide?
Yes, and I think the problem then is there's this beautiful move b4 in the position as well, and you can't take en passant because I have rook takes c5, and then maybe I can play like king b2, king. It's still there, by the way. It's actually kind of just an annoying idea to try to start advancing our pawns with tempo while also pushing you back. So white now with a pretty big advantage out of nowhere. Mary, can't you do it?
She could do it again.
b4, let's go.
Yeah, what a beautiful move. I mean, it's so unexpected, right? And instead she rook e4.
No longer
Okay, but
there.
this is still very, very nice for Mary, and she can come forward with a king. She can reroute the rook to d4, and now the black king. Whoa, it is snaking his way into the king side. I mean, this is such fantastic play by Polina, and suddenly you feel like it is black the one that is actually in the driving seat.
Yeah, maybe. Are we just going to go this a slow plan of rook d1, rook f1, rook takes f2? Slow but steady? Or is there something better? What am I missing something here? Maybe we just double the rooks and play rook d2. Similar method here. But these pawns are all goners. Okay, so who's faster?
Exactly. Well, I can tell you, Mary will have to be very, very fast because she just has 5 seconds on the clock. Polina, not so desperate on the clock, but she's doing very, very well on the position. I mean, it's always about the quality of the pawns, not the quantity. I mean, look at White's passes. I mean, they are stuck basically at home. And this e-pawn is just going to get motoring. It's so quick.
Well, yeah, what's the question? What's the calculation here on the pawn end game? Rook g3, rook takes g3, king takes g3, a5. E3, A6, E2, A7, queen. We queen at the same time, right? So why am I totally winning here? It beats me. The computer says black's totally winning here, maybe because this pawn is so much stronger than this pawn. But I can't. That's a very difficult technical task because there's all of these checks that you have to reckon with. So computer says it's totally winning for black. Not as easy. But here we go. 23 seconds left for Polina. She's got to watch out for these little nasty cross checks that could come up into the position. Trade of queens, instant death.
Exactly. And now she just hides the king. Well, one of the things is that it's going to be easy for her to block now. Now, here she mustn't push the pawn. That could have been checkmate on h1. But there we see throwing in a check. Now, it's very, very important in this type of endgame that you just centralize the queen. And here you can see Polina on the verge of extending her lead to 2 points. This is the final game in the 5+1 portion. Now she's going to run with the king. Is she going to run all the way to b1? No, she can hide it on d1. And the king just keeps running. I'm expecting the king to go to c1, and now these cross checks, they keep on coming. But the thing is with this is that you can, and it goes b1, and now she can block. Queen to c2.
Yes. No checks finally, yes. And now we're running queen e1 check and queen. Turning queen right away. Queen d2 check. There it is, that cross check. There's the cross check, and that's why they always lose in the end. The cross check gets it done, and Polina takes a 2-point lead. And those are some long games, because a lot of times we get one more game in this portion, but 3 points for Polina Shuvalova, who starts with a lead here in the Women's Speed Chess Championships.
Yeah, well, we can see the expression from the players. Polina nodding her head. She's happy with that turnaround. But Mary, must say, speaking in her favor, the games have been incredibly close. It's not been a walk in the park whatsoever. Jen, we got the 3+1 portion coming up. What can we expect?
Well, it's 3-1 in Polina's favor now. So hopefully Mary can make a little comeback, because I agree with you. The games have been wonderful, and I can easily imagine the score being flipped here if just a couple of things had gone Mary's way and she'd seen a couple little moves.
Yes, everything hinges on small margins. Well, we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, of course, it is going to be 3+1, where time gets shorter, and you know what? Moves start to count.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round up the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
Hey, I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if I had to name this game, I would call it the Festival of the Intermediate Move. You absolutely can't miss this tactical gem played by 15 years old American rising star Alice Lee. who had the black pieces against former world champion Marija Musiciuk from Ukraine in the Kens Cup. The game starts with the Ro16 variation, a calm and positional line, and we get a Maroczy structure, always nice and smooth for white. Musiciuk plays her bishop on the long diagonal and plays a4, preventing the typical b5 counterplay for black. But then Alice plays queen to g5, and Musiciuk had a golden chance to strike with e5. That would have been decisive. The point is that after knight f3, the black queen is in real trouble, and even the bishop from b2 can come back into the action via c1. Tactical fireworks. But in the actual game, Musiciuk plays bishop c1 instead, a bit slow. And now white plays b4, a bold space grabbing move. And from here on, buckle up, because Alice Lee delivers a sequence of 5-6 insane moves in a row. First, knight to d7. The idea, if white pushes b5, black has the intermezzo knight to c5, attacking the queen. And after that, the bishop just calmly returns to d7. But now white has weakened the dark squares, sneaky stuff. White plays f4, trying to stop all these jumps. But here comes the hammer, a5, kaboom! Now the c5 square is guaranteed for the knight. Then white plays queen to e3. And what does Alice do? Another crazy intermezzo, e5, boom again. There is a fork on d4. And after knight d to e2, Alice shows zero mercy. Bishop takes e4. And wait for it, after knight takes e4, we get another intermediate move. Boom! Bang, 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 black gets the piece back with decisive advantage. In the game, white played knight to g3, thinking the game's over in her favor. But look at this absolute beauty. Wait, what? Is black just giving away the queen? Nope, here comes rook to e1 check, and the queen is miraculously saved in apotheotic fashion. If the king goes to f2, then there's a nasty fork on d3. And if the king goes to h2, like in the game, black calmly plays bishop to e5, sealing the deal. After all that tactical artillery, we reach an endgame where black is up and exchange on a pawn, and the queenside pawns are just sitting there like fruit waiting to be picked up by the bishop. Alice collects the nectar, pushes the pawns, and after rook to c1, Musiciuk resigns, because after rook takes a1, the rook from a8 stops the h-pawn cleanly. What a game!
We are back with the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and of course it is the match between Mary Arabidze and Polina Shuvalova. Polina leaves 3 points to 1. And for those of you just joining, I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kauska, and I'm here with the amazing WGM, Jennifer Shahade. And well, Jen, it has been close despite what the scoreline is saying. Polina leads by 2, but anything can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, these games have been really riveting. I've loved them. I mean, always up to the last moment, anything can happen. And I think Murray's been playing really well. I like her style. I mean, I think that she can easily turn it around in this game. I have to say, when I first looked at the screen, I got confused because it looked like she was in the same room with Polina. And I was like, no. That's the curtains. We're waiting for Polina to get back in that beautiful little chair there to see if she can continue her rampage in this match. But you know what? I'm going to make a prediction that I think Mary is going to make it closer in this 3-1 portion. I just have this feeling because, you know, despite the fact that she is behind, it seems like she's continuing to play well. And that's always a good sign. That resilience means a comeback is coming.
Exactly. And she's experienced as well. And part of her strength actually lies in the middle game, the end game, where she's been able to unravel some difficult positions and turn things around. Polina back in that luxurious chair. I agree. I told you, those curtains in the chair, it looks like she's playing in a lovely palace.
Oh yeah, let's see. Can she become the queen of today? Well, the chess queen herself, Alexandra Kosteniuk, has already won her match. If you missed that earlier, that was against Carissa. Yep, very valiantly played by Carissa, but unfortunately she came up short and Alexandra dominated really in all three portions. The games themselves, however, were quite tight. But I don't know if we're going to see a repeat of this here. Let's see, as we've got another Sicilian on tap with his Alapin line, which we've seen before. Let's see if we go down exactly the same route. I think it was bishop d3 before, and then we saw this line where Polina allowed her to take the bishop off on d3, and in return she gets time. So black has won the light squared bishop, which is definitely something we want. This pawn sacrifice again, Jovi, and I remember you really were jonesing for that pawn, but then you
Yes.
said that you
Then
were
I
worried
thought,
about
don't touch
G4.
it. Yeah, exactly. I was curious because I was like, literally, this is just free material up for grabs. And then, I looked over and the engine told me, no, you take that pawn, you're going to be in for a whole lot of defending after G4. So here we're seeing white transfer over some material to the king side, perhaps getting ready for some knight H5 ideas. But, hang on a second. Now you can take on H4 because
Yeah,
there's no G4 in the air.
yeah, I mean, we could have taken it. Yeah, for sure. It's just a free pawn. Oh, you're not gonna get any attack for it.
Well, Mary's like, I'm not having any part of that. So instead, she's okay. I was expecting, she liked Queen E8, Bishop B5. I was expecting that move, but yeah, okay. Are we going to see Knight to H5 as the computer indicates? But no, Bishop to F4. Okay, now is the time. Get that queen out of D3. Go Bishop B5. Because then
Yeah,
from there, where's she going to go? Because, the knight can jump into C4 with some ideas, but
exactly.
no Bishop B5, A4 instead.
Still can do it now. Bishop b5 still plausible. And yeah, I think you're right. One of the key things there is that, after queen e3, we can play knight c4. So you might have to drop all the way back to b1, which doesn't seem like optimal, to say the least. Instead of b3, hitting that knight. And so rook a3 does, but that doesn't, so that rook a3 doesn't do much because I think you can just move your queen away, protecting the pawn, and then the attack on the knight on c4 is renewed. So if rook a3, queen d1, queen b1,
Now,
also same idea. Pawn takes c4 now on tap.
yeah, but things are livening up, right? Because now there's a real counterplay there on the queen side. So I love this rook lift. I'm still very worried for the black king. You can still see that knight to h5 is going to make an appearance. Maybe even some knight g5s. Go the whole hog on the rook h3 or rook g3. I'm just getting excited about white's chances. But instead, rook to d3. And there we see in the chat, it's so nice to have people cheering for the players. It really does make a difference I think to everyone and to the players themselves, to know that they have a good and reliable and incredibly supportive fan base. And wow, Bishop E8. That is a nice defensive move. But I mean, would you be thinking of making such a backward move like that?
Oh, that is a really sweet one indeed. And there it is. Murray finds a defensive move. One thing I've noticed about good defenders is they're always finding the right moment to play moves like this, like bishop e8 and also f5 and f6. I feel like these moves go in tandem with moves like queen e8 and bishop e8, because then suddenly your knight on h5, which you thought was so aggressive and exciting, turns out to be under threat. And so that is the question here. And in fact, in this very position, we can already consider taking that. And she does it, because now we've actually equalized material and we're now flipping the script and attacking you on the F file.
Exactly. You can't move that bishop because bishop takes knight is just going to ruin your pawns, and the H pawn is dropping. I told you I had eyes on that pawn. And the D pawn as well is falling. In fact, how are you going to hold on to absolutely everything? I mean, something has to give.
This position is falling apart. This reminds me, like when I was an up and coming chess player. When somebody played the French against me, as I would always get like this position is white. I was like terrible. Like they would just grind me down and like take all my pawns, and somehow the F file would look exactly like this. Of course, this wasn't a French; it was actually a Sicilian, but it was an E6 Sicilian in the Alapin, so it has similar qualities to it. And now this pawn is a goner. And that's a real problem for Polina.
Exactly. I remember them doing it to me too, Jan. Don't worry. I remember seeing some rook takes f3, and I was like, why are you doing that? And then all my pawns dropped off. So, yep, you learn the hard way. And Polina is learning the hard way as well, you know. Her position is creaking, you know. F3 is weak, D4 is a liability, and I love this move, you know, just switching up, posting the knight to F5. Queen takes F3. She can just pick up everything.
Oh no! Oh no! Mutual blindness.
Oh,
Oh, they
she
call
didn't
that mutual
see
blindness
it.
because she's such a great player. You don't expect her to make such a blunder. And so she hallucinated that it didn't exist. Gosh, that's a good lesson for everyone. Because if somebody this good can do it, it can happen to you too. Don't have too much respect for your opponent. I mean, respect your opponent as a person, but you know, they can make blunders.
Exactly. And I'm not a big fan of this next move from Mary. I think Mary perhaps saw it one move too late. And that's why we're seeing moves like this. Knight takes g3 just irons out
Mhm.
White's pawn structure. And now it's all about just mobilizing the rook for White, you know, just improving the placing. I can either step it up to d3 and then go king h3. Okay, this is fine. Rook. And there you're seeing Polina, she's so good in the end game. Now she's going to mobilize her rook. She's going to go over to h8, then she's going to go back to c8, and her rook is just going to be annoying. Yeah, the rook just keeps on giving these awkward checks. I mean, it's awful. Like now you have a choice, right? Do you go rook d7? Do you go rook h7, in which case you need to do some counting? It's not easy decision to make when you only have 30 seconds and ticking down on the clock. So she goes for rook h7.
Oh, now this can go any way, Jovi, because it's going to be a little bit of a race as both players are going to tick down on the clock. Tick tock, tick tock.
Yeah, she's banking on the king.
Good move. King f2. Using your king. You got to use your king in these positions. d4 trying to block the king from coming to that crucial e3 square.
And well, nice. It's looking like Paulina's going to be saving. Is she trying to turn things around? Oh, I can see something like this happening, you know, with g5 being played. There you go. And now it's really tricky because rook h7, g6. White's pawns are very, very dangerous.
They sure are. But we play rook h3, guard our own pawn. Keep an eye on h5. g7 not possible because the rook hangs. So for the moment, everything is under control. Rook takes h5 on tap. And now it looks like it's just going to be a wholesale trade here. But hey, wait a second. Don't give up until that pawn is gone. I was going to say, hey, take me. And there it is, though. I think we're seeing a repetition of position here, as Mary doesn't want to waste too much time either, as she knows she needs to come back in this match. That was a tough one, Jovi, and great psychological observation that maybe she missed after she played queen takes f3 check, that it was there, and therefore she made a couple other errors. That's a kind of snowball effect that we always want to avoid, but as humans, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah. The thing is, though, some moves, some of your opponent's mistakes are so unexpected that you've already had your move figured out what you're going to be doing. And so they make the blunder, and you're already just like, okay, I'm going to play this move. And you don't have any time on the clock. And then you don't stop to realize, hang on a second. I could have just won a point there. But for Mary, she has to recover. She has to just forget about what just happened. And now we're seeing some kind of Retty English type formation where well, it's what I call baseline tennis. A lot of the heavy lifting will be done by the pieces there on the second row. And here it comes. We make a move, f4. Maybe ideas of g4, g5. Maybe ideas of going knight to f3. It's still very, very flexible.
Yeah, this is a fun kind of game for a 3-minute game because it's going to get super. The tension's going to remain, and then it's going to get wild just as they have 20 seconds left. It's the kind of thing we always love to see. For the players, it can be very stressful, but it's always a lot of fun with a lot of volatility. So d4 on the board, Black decides to rip things open. Probably gonna. The question is, do we take on g2 ourselves, or do we let them take on b7?
Yeah. I think as Black, I wouldn't necessarily be taking on g2 just because I feel like the knight on e1 is not necessarily the best placed piece. But then again, I can see Polina was following my thinking, but well, the bishops are not coming off now, at least. So the question for Black is how to continue just piling on the pressure. And a weird move that I was considering was like queen to a8.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
like that. That's the kind of maneuver that I learned when I was a kid and always like instantly attracted me because it's just like the idea of having a battery on that like far away square. It's that lethal aggression that's unexpected. So that didn't happen though, and here the problem for White is that bishop on b2. It's like if we could put more pressure on d4, it would be cool because it would be attacking a weak pawn. But right now, it looks like that pawn on g4 is so well defended, and the bishop is just hanging out.
Yeah. And well, talking about hanging out was a big decision. Big decision, with queens being offered. You see that
Like,
Paulina said no. And the question for White is what to do next. And wow, Mary is just going for it. G4. Will she back that up with H4? Will she go rook to D2, king G2? Just
whoa.
get those rooks connected to the king side. And I like this move as well. Knight to E5. Just introduce all of the pieces with tempo.
I love this. Yeah. And I think that it was important for Black to keep queens on the board because queen e4, pawn a4, and suddenly the position would have opened up for White to try to surround that pawn. But this also looks very good for White. Easier to play, nice little initiative. Very hard for Black to actually take things and relieve the tension because it's often going to end up very nice for White, right? Like if you take on e5, it opens up our f file. So not only is that difficult from a chess point of view, it's also difficult from a psychological point of view when you're playing Blitz, that the trades are all bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very difficult, and the trades are still very much possible on the board. So both players will be looking at this. Is there ever going to be a knight takes knight on the board? And here we have the poll, and wow, it's a staggering 89% in favor of Polina, just 11% for Mary. But as we've seen, the games are tight. They are close. Anything can still happen. And I love this next move, rook to e2. You're getting ready to go rook g2. I'm also liking this whole kind of idea of going h4, h5, and, hey, I say it and it appears. Yay.
Hello, h-pawn. As queen c6 now played, continuing to make this offer of queen trade. I mean, honestly, I think White's good no matter what now. She's got this beautiful open F file. Like she's just got all the plays. So she decides to allow it. There's a weak D pawn. The F file is lovely. Everything's really in White's favor in this position. Like for instance, we can just play bishop b2, and I don't see how you protect the pawn another time.
Yeah, I was looking at those kind of materialistic moves as well. I was like, okay, can the queen take the pawn? But I like this one as well. Get a protected pass pawn. Bishop b2. Take on d4. No, this is going Mary's way. And we also see
Going
that
Mary's.
talking about the
I was
queen,
trying to avoid
the
the
clock.
pun, Jovia. Like going Mary's merry way.
Oh, yeah.
You forced me into it. You forced me into it.
Sometimes I do my puns deliberately. I would say great often I don't. But they're okay. Still
Things are a little
surviving.
hairier now. I think it was a better idea to be super greedy and take that pawn off on d4 potentially. But I can totally understand the idea of putting this bishop on f6 too. I'm trying to kind of squash the counterplay and get a free hand. But the problem is, how do we really win the d4 pawn now? Because
I
you
like
always have
this
to throw
move.
rook c1
I
to,
like
to
this
just
move. Yeah,
hammer through with the pawn. Okay.
exactly.
So is that going to compel you to play rook c6?
Well, if you do, then you can kind of switch back to rook a6 and then kind of snake your way and start attacking the b pawn. And this is also super nice, like opening up another avenue so you cannot capture on g5, because that would just be super
Oh yeah,
weakening.
mating
And
indeed. So I love that. Okay, so king f2. Kind of
yeah, I'm
looking
not
at
suspecting
this is going
that the
really
king
well for Mary. 2 seconds left for Polina as well. Was 3.5.
c6. Now's the time. You can
Now's
just
the time.
steamroller the pawn.
Yes,
Yes.
d4 is happening, and rook d7's on
Yeah.
threat.
Yep.
And there it is, rook to
And it's done.
d7. Rook takes f7 is in the position. Rook d7 back. Pawn takes h6. Now we're threatening bishop takes h4 and h7 checkmate. That's pretty cool, right? Anyway, Mary getting the game back into 1 point striking distance as she only trails by a point now. And what a well played game there. As we
Yep.
jump right in to Philidor. As how many more games are we going to get? A couple more, maybe 3 more?
Yeah,
3 more,
maybe
something like
3 more
that?
games,
2 or
2
3,
long
right?
games. But
Yeah.
yeah, but Polina, she'll be looking for revenge. As someone mentioned, yeah, she did fantastically well last year. She beat Tan Zhongyi. She knocked out Hou Yifan. She got to the finals where she lost in quite a narrow match to Wenjun. So definitely, definitely a very experienced, very dangerous player. And here we'll see whether she can bounce back. And we are seeing that Mary has switched things up. It's now like a Philidor position, a5 just grabbing the space. And the question remains, Mary will have to capture on d4, and the knight will come to either e5 or c5. You've got to just untangle. I like this move, queen c7, of course.
Queen c7, bishop f4, trying to make the queen look a little uncomfortable there. Although it's not that uncomfortable because it's not exactly a window that we're going to open very often here. This pawn on d6, it's really snapped shut.
Yeah. And I like this next move, knight c5, with the idea of knight e6. You got to make some trades because when you're living in a cramped area, it's a bit overcrowded. Everyone is fighting for the resources. So you make some trades, you send your kids off to school. I got that one from Chess Dojo, and life is a lot merrier. Oh my God. Now I'm doing all the puns.
You did it, Marrier. Yes, I knew it. So we started it and now it's never going to stop. Oh gosh. You're right though.
Yeah.
Like this e6 square is a great example because the knight on e6 would be a pretty cool piece to put there, but the bishop on e6 is also a really cool piece to put here. So this certainly helps black a little bit, notwithstanding those question marks on the computer. Not sure where that came from, but rook to d8 quickly played, and eventually this queen is going to want to move away from that pin, I think. B5 kind of helps because now if a takes b6, we could at least consider the move queen takes b6. Although she takes with the pawn, kind of preferring to keep the pawns pristine as opposed to getting the queen out of dodge. That makes sense.
Yeah. And I like this whole kind of idea of going b5 because it simply forces, white to take a few decisions. Should you have taken on b6? Well, that's up for debate. And also now, white will have to be calculating what are the consequences of b5, what's going to happen after rook a8. And there's always going to be some kind of queenside counterplay based on the mobility of the queenside pawns. And there, okay, we're seeing a retreat. I would be tempted to go rook a8 or just get on with. No, I want to go rook a8.
Rook A8 is your choice. Yeah, that seems very solid. I agree. And who do you like here, by the way, white or black? If you had to pick, I mean, of course, I'd take Polina's clock, but otherwise, who would you like?
Yeah, Paulina's clock is very impressive, actually, and that actually going to influence my decision. So I'm going to say white, but if everything were even, I would probably go for black, just because I feel like the plan is so much clearer. You just want to go b5, gonna go b4, and here you can do some kind of. I've seen them do unravelings like g6, bishop g7 at the right time. Also,
Hmm.
this is a nice move. Threaten c4, trap the bishop. So you have to make some room,
Oh,
and there you see. Yeah, she just keeps coming forward.
yeah, yeah. Okay, I thought she was going to play C3 to stop it, but no, she wants to move her bishop back here, which makes a lot of sense because this knight also has value here. And I think you make a great point. I mean, I would have said the same thing, honestly, that I think the issue is not that white is worse, but that somehow the moves for blacks seem like they were coming a bit easier. Like, I'm still not exactly sure what white's plan is supposed to be. She does have an extra minute to figure it out. But right now, she's got a decision. Do we want to play for rook d1 and keep rooks on the board? And that she said yes. Not at all worried about rook a2 because there's just c3. I like this decision from a practical point of view because she is still way ahead on the clock. So keep the game interesting, knowing that you have that extra time to figure things out.
Exactly. And Pauline is very, very good at that. So, yeah, this is a nice move. Oh, I thought it was going to be a nice move because I could see a vision, with the queen going on d1. But actually, rook a1 is fantastic move there from Mary saying, no, wants none of that. And I am expecting the knight to jump into c5 or to e5. Okay, but first some trades. But still, a knight coming into d3 is very, very scary.
Yeah, super annoying potential here with this knight, indeed. But I mean, the thing is, like, it is kind of a lonely rook here. I mean, at some point, you could just try to trade it off with like rook d1, and we only got one pair of rooks in this position, so it's not like you can just like back it up. Yeah, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Queen e3 play now. Let's see.
Yes,
I
knight c5. So I think Mary's idea, but it has to be done at the right moment, is to go some kind of b4, knight e6, and then jump into d4. But again, it carries a lot of risk because the pawn on c4 is going to be very, very loose. So now you can go knight to e6. Okay, no, f4,
Oh,
rolling the dice.
indeed, allowing rook takes b2. But now, I
Yeah.
mean, I guess we could take with the what do we take with here? The queen, and then we have the idea of playing rook f5, threatening here. So, well, the bishop has to move first of all, I suppose, right? It ends up going to g4. Okay.
I was thinking h5 was necessary. And, well, maybe now you can go h5, bishop h5, bishop. Oh no, black is coming in.
Yeah, both players are coming in just as we have 20 seconds left on the clock. Queen g4, bishop e6 check now on the board. I mean,
Yeah.
as possibility, hasn't been played. Was a fantastic defender. Now we can play something like bishop g6, bishop e6,
Yeah.
and what now?
And it was absolutely necessary that this happens because g6 was always in the air to potentially trap that light square bishop. But here it's a race. The pawn is marching. Okay, it's been stopped. But okay, queen
c8,
takes rook. Queen takes rook.
queen takes c8, bishop c8, queen. We're up a rook, and you don't have any
And now
kind
you
of
got
check on f8. Maybe she
no,
thought
you
she
got
had a
queen
check.
f4.
There it is. What a game. Mary evens the score with 2 wins in a row.
Well,
Wow. Now
we
she's got the
did say,
momentum.
Jen, that it was going to be close. And judging by the games themselves, we knew it was going to be close. We knew that Mary was fast, she was sharp, she was able to turn things around. And now it's well, it's all systems go, and anything can happen. Now the knight comes out. So, black has a choice. Black can actually step forward in the middle. And normally what happens is, yeah, you go knight c3, and black just goes, that's fine. I will let you take the bishop. but in return, I'm going to get some nice control in the center. So, yeah, knight to c3. Wow. But that last game though, that last game is one of those like nerve jangling games where both players would have been like quite on edge. So it's very good that the players are taking some time just to kind of settle themselves down and just reset and think about the job in hand. We've only got 5 minutes and 20
This might be
seconds
the last game.
remaining.
Might be the last game. Kind of depends. I'd say it's probably going to be the last game, right? I mean, with the 1 second increment, I mean, most of these games do go the distance. But one thing's for sure, this means that the bullet is going to be very consequential because no matter who wins, it's only going to be a 1-point margin, it looks like.
Exactly. And and we've seen in Bullet anything goes. And from judging from some of the previous matches, I mean, the favorites haven't necessarily been that strong in Bullet. But here, I would say Polina is still the favorite. She's very experienced in this format. But we'll find out. We'll find out whether this is the one match that will take it all the way to tie breaks.
Oh yeah, could definitely happen. Although, sometimes in Bullet, there's so many streaks in Bullet. It feels like whoever comes out swinging in Bullet often ends up like with a lot of momentum. So yeah, I don't know. So hard to say. But here we have this pawn chasing, something that Mary seems to do a lot of. Although one game she took the pawn, one she didn't. Here there's a different pawn on pre. The pawn on d5 can be taken, and that's unusual to me. What should she take with, the queen or the knight?
Yeah.
She takes the
And she
queen.
takes the queen.
Queen takes, knight takes.
It
What's
makes
the
sense.
idea? What's the idea here? White's even in pawns, but appears to have a nice position because we're attacking g5 and c7. So how do you really simultaneously deal with that issue? I guess bishop g5 is a rook h5.
There is a rook h5. Like, how are you going to defend that one? So I guess you have to. You go h4 and g4.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Or f4. Yeah.
H4, yeah, great. I love it. H4 looks fantastic. H4, F6, G4. You said it. I don't get.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. Maybe F4 would have worked as well, although it looks a lot less natural because we're kind of like leaving ourselves a little more loosey-goosey. But yeah, G4 now. And what do you do?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I guess
what do you do?
difference,
In fact,
the difference probably, the difference probably is if we put it on F4, maybe you could have moved your rook and then the bishop would be trapped in this situation. So it could have been a little bit different. But regardless, what does this all mean? It means that we're up a pawn, right?
Yeah, it means that Polina is in big trouble. She's white is up a pawn, has a lead in a development. Black's king isn't that safe. I'm expecting moves like, I don't know, d5, d6. Yeah, it is. As that chat says, nice comeback. It certainly has been a comeback. And I love that move. h5, getting ready to secure the g6 square for a knight drop. You've also got d5.
Yeah. Absolutely. But don't get Polina's defense out in this one yet. Mary's only got 50 seconds. And, there's a lot of things that could still happen. I don't think this is going to be an easy technical task in 45 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen, actually, that we should learn that from every single game that has been played on the WSCC so far. I mean, you can expect the unexpected. There's been thrills, spills, surprises around every single corner. And yeah, nice move from Mary there. G5, just opening up the position. Also getting ready to line up the rooks on the G line.
The one time that I say it's not going to be an easy technical task, she looks like she's cruising here because now pawn g5, rook g5 attacks e5, but there's also knight e6 in the air, which looks super nasty. And, knight e6 now is in the air, and then we're threatening g6 check. G6 right away looks very strong as well. I mean, where do you go here? You can't go f8. We have knight e6 check. E8 also looks terrible. I guess you have to go to g8 or something. I mean, this looks, or e7 or, but then I have things like h8.
Exactly. That's why I'm thinking you have to go to G8 because
Yeah.
if you go E8, you know, H6, and so suddenly you have a runaway H pawn. So okay, E7.
She does play it on
And
H7, and we were thinking H6 here could be very nasty. But I guess maybe what do you do if they play H6? I guess you maybe take it and play Rook G8, just cold-blooded, live to tell the tale. Instead, Knight E6, she hops in with the knight because that pawn on G7 is in pre now, and so you don't want to allow that to go. So you kind of have to go Rook G8.
oh, maybe you could have
Back to
gone
F4.
F4.
Ah, yeah, nice one. She
So
has
yeah,
repeated
maybe
moves
just
once.
yeah, and now she's played Rook to H3, so she's definitely got the idea of going H6, and this is also looking really, really promising. So there's definitely no H6 now, and now takes King can tuck itself away, and yeah, White's got so many fantastic moves. You know, you can take, but still, I suspect the advantage is not as clear cut as it was. And 9 seconds for Mary.
There's always these breakthrough ideas of H6, though. You always got to be careful of that. Oh, and look at that. Knight D5 check, Knight C7 check. We're giving you the whirl around here. And now we get to pick up A7. If we want it.
But the player is just on seconds.
Yeah.
And now it's just about holding the nerve. F4.
She says, absolutely not. I'm going to play for the win here. 5 seconds left, though. Can she do it?
Well,
oh, she loses a key pawn. She loses a crucial pawn. Okay, F4, and that's hanging. Anyone can win.
Absolutely. But the G pawn is going to be falling, so still anything can happen. Oh, and it's just about playing good moves when you have no time on the clock, and that's so difficult to do. Oh, be careful. The F pawn is so strong. And you know what? I think there might be a turnaround.
There might be, but look at the time. The A pawn is running now. Which one's going to get there first? King E2. We're going to give the whirl around here. It's going to be a draw. A draw. Knight E4 check. King E3. Knight C3. Knight G3. Oh, she switches it up, trying to win. Oh. But look at that. Now Black is winning.
Just Black like that. Knights are crafty.
Can't you do it, though? You have the time to figure it out.
No. It's all been beautifully placed. The knight on G3 is not going to be able to hold its square. Oh, and now it's happening.
But it's only 0 seconds. She could lose on time. She almost lost on time. And it's a draw. Insufficient material. Oh, man. Okay, you can construct a mate, but the rule in this site is that this is considered a draw. Wow. What a thriller there. And Polina is not too disappointed because, you know, she easily could have lost that, right? And there we have it. A completely even score going into the bullet.
Yeah. And wow, we have seen comebacks, and that was a very nice one by Mary Arabidze. And now everything is even. Anything can happen. We're going to go on a short break. We're going to catch our breaths because you guys, it's going to get intense because we have 15 minutes of bullet chess. Hold on to your horses. Now's the time to refresh, restock, because things are going to get a whole lot of wild.
And this is white to move, yeah?
So white to move and win.
It's made in 1, yeah?
Okay, let me think. Actually, I think it's quite hard. Because now I don't have any clue about it.
It's quite a tricky position. Queen to G3.
Correct. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. I'm sure this is made in 1. Ah! Now I got it. Queen G3.
Queen G3, yeah. Lovely.
Yeah. thank God I'm a chess player. I saw that. Yeah.
All right.
So many pins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pins.
so many pins.
It's your time to shine. The Chess.com Community Championships are open to anyone, whether you're a grandmaster or just starting out on your chess journey. Each month, Chess.com offers one community championship. From Bauhaus to Hyperbullet, you can always find a fun and exciting variant to enjoy with your fellow chess fans. So mark your calendars because on August 14 and 15, we will have a Spell Chess. Spell Chess is a variant where players can cast spells in addition to making regular moves. There are two types of spells: Freeze, which temporarily stops pieces from moving, and Jump, which lets a piece leap to almost any square. And did we mention the cash prizes? The Spell Chess Championship has a $2,500 prize. All you have to do to play is join the community club, watch for the announcement each month, and join any of the 8 qualifying arenas. We'll see you there at the next Chess.com Community Championship.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
We are back, and it is the bullet portion in the match between Polina Shivalova and Mary Arabidze, and this is the moment where, well, the chess just gets fast, it gets fierce, and things just explode. Oh, Jen, everything is even at the minute. We can't separate the players. So let's have a look at the scoreboard so far.
Wow, it has been absolutely thrilling. And look at this massive comeback that Mary Arabidze has mounted in the 3-1 portion. Going 3-1 in the 3-1. Now, I don't know who's going to prevail in 1-1. I mean, of course, there's a little bit of advantage to momentum, but Jovi, have you noticed anything from their clock handling when they get down to the last few seconds? Who do you think is the favorite in this bullet?
Oh, I'm hesitant to kind of come up with something because I've been impressed with both the players. I mean, Mary has been very convincing since she switched up her openings and she's been playing her kind of chess. Polina is very quick. She's able to readjust. And there we see on the camera our players are ready. And both of oh my God, both of these players, they got the same score. They're doing the same pose.
Oh yeah, they're doing the same pose. I love it. It's kind of like a little bit of a Queen's Gambit-esque, except it's in the face instead of the chin, right? They're getting their brains ready. That's what this is all about. The Women's Speed Chess Championships. It's all about prepping that brain for the quickest thinking in this match so far. As we reach the bullet portion, although can you really call it thinking? It's more like instincts when you reach this fast, right? It's like about performance and speed, and like the thinking is for like the 5 minute and longer. But nonetheless, it's thinking in some sort of form, and we're going to see who does it better in this speediest form of all in just a few seconds. Chat, let us know if you think you have an idea of who might be in better form for this bullet brawl.
Yep. And a bullet brawl is exactly what this is going to be. So we did ask chat earlier on, and they were 89% in Polina's favor. I would love to know whether this has changed, but there we're seeing it's another C3 Sicilian, and it's exactly the same kind of approach. And now, what is Mary gonna do? Okay, I like the fact that the players are very loyal to their systems.
Oh yeah, me too. Although part of me feels like this is easier to play for white because we got the space advantage. I mean, you can see that the computer loves a position for white, but I wouldn't take too much stock into that because don't forget, like Mary Arabidze has actually prepared this as part of her repertoire. So it's not like she thinks black is like much worse. Oh, and we've got a new move, F5. We hadn't seen that treatment in the longer time controls. And here it is. We did see one of the games that Mary had a wonderful position in. She played some kind of F5 and managed to get her bishop to H5 and just got a really fantastic position. So I think that's what she's gunning for here. Maybe she'll get it.
She's certainly using the pattern that she's familiar with in the French, rerouting the bishop from bishop e8, bishop g6, now to f5, trying to hold everything together. Okay, the computer's not impressed. It says, f5 was a weakening move, but in terms of bullet chess, it certainly livened things up, and now black is very, very active.
Very active indeed, but these knights are very effective because there's a lot of weak points in white's and black's camp, like this e-pawn. And as we go over the niceties of the position, it's going to get faster and faster. H takes g5 here. White now kind of harassing this bishop. That's the negative, that if it gets hit too many times, we kind of rue the day that we tried to reroute it. Okay, just the calm rook c8. I don't know. I'm feeling this for white, though. Feeling this for white. It feels like the tactics are going to erupt.
Totally agree with you. The bishop is the only thing cementing black's position, and it's not really cementing because it can actually be swapped off, and then this pawn on e6, or a queen will swoop into the e6 square, the d5. Yeah, this is looking like it is creaking for Mary, and there you go. There's been a trade. The rook can now also zoom up the board to c7. So many positives in the white position.
Look at that beautiful rook on the 7th rank. If any chess students, young or old, or anywhere in between are watching this is a gorgeous example of the power of a rook on a 7th rank and an outpost knight. Nimzovich, are you here? You would be very proud of white's position.
Yeah. And I just love the way that Polina is playing. She's really like turning the screw, tightening just the pressure down on black's position. Black can barely move. And now you've got all kinds of move. You've got rook takes knight. You've got knight to g6. And black is in a complete bind. And so that's why they resign. And, well, Polina takes the lead. So we move on to the second game of Blitz. Yeah, 1+1 is ridiculously fast, as chat says there. It absolutely is. So that's why your instincts have to be good.
That was a great game by Polina, by the way. I mean, it seemed like easy, but like note that black didn't even blunder and it was a bullet game and Polina won easily. Like that's how you can tell it was a really good bullet game. She just played awesome positional and tactical moves despite the abbreviated time. It's incredible. So I wouldn't take too much stock into that because that game was not won because Mary played bad. It was because Polina played well. So she can certainly still come back. Let's see. Knight h2 now. Mary going for some kind of King's Indian style attack. Can she bounce back?
Yeah. And well, interesting because the knight h2 did allow black to jump in with their knight to d4, but instead black went for just locking out the bishop. So Mary has to do some remaneuvering there. Bishop c1 at the right time and getting that bishop back into play. And it is a race. It's a good old-fashioned race where white is going for checkmate. Black is going for c5, c4. Open up a line on the queen side.
That's right. And, I always tend to like the guy who's going for the gal in this case, who's going for checkmate because, that's more final. But part of the point is to try to break through and make it hard for them to continue their checkmating attack. So let's see if black's able to do that.
Yeah, but what happened there? Black really rushed with c5 because now you can't just capture on c4 because of knight takes c4. So everything is very nicely protected. So I think that Polina just rushed there with that pawn break, and now it's just Mary who is in the driving seat. And now bishop takes h6 is in the air. There's going to be all kinds of unpleasance. There you go. Queen takes g7, big checkmating threat. And now you just need to work some magic on the dark squares. Love that move.
Oh yeah, rook f6 is like really terrible looking now for black. I mean, we could play e6 at the right moment, and now you're just not going to be able to continue to defend everything.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f6, rook f6. Use rook takes g6 possible. Rook takes g6, pawn g6, king to h8, then bishop g5. Winner, winner. I gotcha.
That's absolutely. I love that. That was such a forcing move and really instructive as well. But here we're seeing another demolition job, though, on the king side. The black king is not surviving this one. Queen h7, queen g7, checkmate. Oh, beautiful game.
Two great wins with white, I got to tell you. I mean, that was awesome. I do think this one was, you can see that Polina actually made a mistake and Mary capitalized on it. But wow, just wow. And here we have a completely different position than we saw before. She jettisoned the c3 Sicilian. I think that's actually smart, Jovi, because I think those attacks that Polina were getting in the c3 and that Mary was getting in the c3 Sicilian were too convincing. They're too easy. So I like this a lot better. Take it to the end game and, be a little bit more solid.
Exactly. Exactly, because the stakes are super high. There's only 8 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in the bullet portion. So you definitely don't want to be handing to Polina the kind of positions that she clearly likes. And here I was talking about that. This bishop moved to c5 and well, probably you needed to go f4 and just or maybe just another move, king b1. The moves that you want to do is just take advantage of the fact that the king is out there in the open. Yeah, this move I like a lot.
Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, even though this is an endgame, white still has a really easy game in a nice position. So, yeah, tough one here. I noticed that if the rook ever leaves, we got rook d6 mate. So that's not a very encouraging thought, is it?
No, it's not. So that's why Mary is trying to get rid of it, and Paulina's not allowing that to happen. But okay, well, things can really shake up because white now has this possibility of going g4, g5 at any point. But first, I mean, what's to stop white from just trying to double on the D line?
And that looks like the direction she's going in. I have to say, I really like this way of playing by black, though, because she did manage to neutralize that knight. That knight on f5 was a monster. Monstrous beast, and it's back. No, it's like those horror movies, and now it's actually threatening knight g7 check too, which made things even worse.
Exactly. And now the rook comes in, and that knight just locks out the rook from the game. And the c pawn is falling. And suddenly, Polina is the one who's going to take the lead again. The F pawn falls, the F6 pawn is going to fall. Just look how that knight on F5 just completely immobilizes this rook on H5. And yeah, Polina doing the business. She's going to take it to a very straightforward knight and pawn endgame where it's going to be all about the advance of the H pawn. And another pass pawn is going to appear on the board. And I just love the way that this knight anchored on the F5 square is just holding the position together. The H pawn is something that black must constantly keep an eye on. How the B pawn falls, the white king can just step forward, and C4, C5 is coming. So, yep, Mary abandons that, and Polina takes the lead. So, Mary, it's up to her now to see whether she can equalize.
3 wins in a row with white, by the way, for anyone who's keeping track. It's almost like both of these players are so well prepared that when they get a crack with white, they don't let him they don't miss. You know, you need a little bit more time to defend against their unbridled aggression with the white pieces. Let's see, maybe who's the first person that's going to not lose with black? That's going to be the person who wins the match.
Yeah, and talking about White's position, I love it. I mean, it's everything that I personally like. You know, White has that extra space courtesy of the A5 pawn. It's gonna a nice plan. You know, you can move the rook over to the C line. You can double. You can jump in with a knight to E5 when the time is right. So black is the one who has to play very accurately. And oh, hang on a second. Is there some knight takes? There was some knight takes. No, there wasn't any tricks. I got excited there for some tactical possibilities.
It's always good to get excited in these speed chess championships. You're going to get excited one way or the other. Let's see how it goes. 95 jumping in. That does look quite nice for white. And look at this move, knight A4, taking advantage of the B6, C5 squares. Computer doesn't like the move, but I think that's just because they didn't like the, I guess they probably saw something better. Knight G4 on the board now, though. And after a quick trade, we see the knight hopping into C5, and that B7 pawn is really in take. So what are you going to do about it? D5 is also in take.
Yeah, D5 is going to be taken. B7 is also on priest. Yeah, and it looks like the pattern is set. White wins.
Seriously, yeah, that pawn is huge. That pawn's huge, and rook C5 doesn't save the day. We just play bishop takes C5, I guess.
This match is so funny. You know, I just love how the players just seem to be following this kind of pattern. You know, white is winning, white strikes back, and then you have this back and forth, but only 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining of the bullet portion. So Mary will have to be quick, and she will have to cement this one. What can she do? This is nice.
Then she's gonna be black. So even if she wins this, she's gonna have to break the pattern, and she breaks the pattern. Queen D6, okay, protecting the pawn, and all sorts of nasty ideas here. Queen D6, A7, and nastiest idea of all is just to make a queen. Don't blame that.
Yep.
2 queens. 2 queens against 1. Now queen takes F8. This is going to make it easy peasy. And there it is. The pattern continues. 4 wins with white. Could this be the last game, though? If Polina maintains the pattern, she will win the match.
Yeah, everything comes down to this game, Jen. Whoever wins this one will walk into the quarterfinals. If it's a draw, we move on to tie breaks. So here, how it's already looking like his advantage. White, as we see the evaluation bar rise in White's favor. But okay, F5, the position's still very locked. Anything can happen. This is bullet chess.
She went purely on instinct. She didn't want to give Polina the exact same positions that she had won with white so easily before. But by doing that, she gave white a great position. Will the gamble pay off? We'll find out. Meanwhile, Polina extending her beautiful position on both sides of the board. I like white on the queen side and I like white on the king side. That's not a good sign. And I like white
nice
on the
position.
clock.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me. Polina just using 4 seconds on the clock, and she has a very safe position. She has a beautiful safety for the king. She has the potential to open things up, blow things up with a c3, c4, and she's preparing that right now. And for black, it's not easy. There's too many pieces, too little space. She cannot find a nice home for the queen. The king has no safety. Oh no. And now comes a pawn, and knight to d6 is in the air, so that's why we're seeing knight to d5. But
She has to
Polina,
consider resigning here, by the way. She actually has to consider resigning because the problem is, couldn't Polina at some point run out the clock, make sure it's the last game, and then win with white? It's like a bug house tactic that the kids in America all know. Because there's only 37 seconds left on the clock, and Polina has 40 seconds. Wow.
yeah, you're right. It's probably the best thing she can do is resign this game,
Totally win, but she has
move
to be
on to the
totally
next.
She has to resign. If she thinks her position is completely destroyed and it is looking pretty bad, she's going to have to consider resigning and try to win the final game.
Well, 12 seconds, 11 seconds, and I don't think
She
she's
should play.
thinking about that, Jen.
She's not. That's an American thing. We play bug house and we're like, we got to run down the clock because there's only 0 seconds and the time's up. Time's up. She should have resigned. Now her only chance is if Polina somehow blows this.
Yes, and it's not only is she having problems on the position, her clock is down to 6 seconds. Okay, there's also a problem with she cannot capture the bishop because the rook on a8 is on prise, and Mary, she's trying to get some counterplay on the h line, but the king is ultimately very, very safe on f2. Oh no, the rook, the queen, everything is coming in, eyeballing the black king. Blacks is not going to be surviving this. And Polina wins. And with that, she takes that quarterfinal spot. And there we see Polina. This match was close. Polina was pushed until the very last game. And there you see the emotion on the players' faces.
It doesn't get closer than that. She buzzer beat her there. Every game in the bullet won with white, showing the power of aggression when the time gets lower. Fantastic performances by both players.
Absolutely fantastic. You know, they really kept us thrilled, entertained. It was full of action. I mean, what a match it has been. But congratulations go to Polina, who does go into the quarterfinals where she'll be facing Alice Lee. We are going to go on a short break, but when we come back, we are going to return with and hear all the thoughts from the woman of the hour, Polina herself. So stay tuned. And we are back, and it is my utmost pleasure to have here with us Woman of the Hour, Polina Shirolova. Polina, you just won a very close game against Mary Arabidze. How are you feeling after that nail-biting finish?
Yeah, the match was was very complex. Yeah, at the start I had a lead, so I thought it should go more or less smooth for me, but then it was ups and downs, and at some moment I lost some games, and also was not good on seconds. But yeah, like everything was decided in the last game basically, and now if I remember, like I had played a lot of matches in I am not GM and women's speed chess, and I never had like an easy match, like never in my life. It was always close, always like this. So maybe that is like my path in this speed chess series.
We noticed in the 1 minute portion, white won every single game. So it was she won with white, you won with white, and so on. Is that a pattern in Bullet that like white just has a big edge, or was it something about the openings y'all were playing?
Yeah, I think it was more about us together with Mary. I also want to thank her for a good match and for a good fight. Like she played also many good games, so it was interesting and intriguing to see. Yeah, somehow in our match we had like this white domination. Yeah, I don't know, need to check my openings more carefully.
Some of the
And
commenters were oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jen. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna just continue off of that and say that some of the commenters were saying that you should, I mean, that Mary should have resigned the last game to get another crack with White because White kept winning. She would have had that one more game. If she had done that, first of all, do you think that would have been a good idea? And secondly, what were you going to do with Black in that last game?
Actually, I completely forgot about the clock in our last game, so I wasn't sure like if she was completely lost at the moment when she still had time to resign. I think she also didn't really look at the clock, because when you're playing bullet portion, it's sometimes it's hard to really look at the clock because you're going into the game. So I think like we both were not thinking about this, and also in our previous games we were playing until the very end, so like nobody resigned. But yeah, I think if she maybe had a time to resign in that game and start the next one, it would be a fight still. So
And talking about that last game, we have a question from one of our viewers, Uzu, who asks, many tournaments have heartbeat measurements. What do you think your heartbeat was like in that last bullet game?
in the last, I think it was more or less fine, as I had a winning position from the start, basically, like a very good one. So it was a smooth game for me. But in some other games, I think it could get like very high. I'm not sure. I never did that stuff, but it would be really interesting to try this.
Yeah.
I had my my electronic clock, but I decided to get it off in order to not be complained afterwards that I wear them during the match.
Yeah, it would have been super interesting to see both of your heart rates during that match. And to just have one final question. So we saw you before the bullet portion. We saw you try to get into the flow, sit there, meditate. What was going through your mind?
I was telling myself that I need to play faster as it will be a bullet. I was a bit slow, I think, in the previous segments. So I was trying to make myself to the right focus. Although I maybe I failed because again I lost a couple of games there, but at least I tried.
Well, you did a fantastic job, and many congratulations for qualifying to the quarterfinals. You'll be facing Alice Lee there, and we wish you the best of luck. And once again, great job and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we have another quarterfinalist there in the bag, Polina, with an epic effort there against Mary Arabidze. And there we are seeing that, well, we have 6 quarterfinalists and more matches to come. The final 2 matches in the round of 16. We have Bibisara Asalbieva. She's been a World Blitz champion. She's been a 2-time World Blitz champion, in fact, against Jujiner. And then we also have another one between Letije and Divya Deshmukh. Jan, I think there's going to be a lot of excitement on Monday.
Oh yeah, those are some really great matchups, and of course this one locked in the Shuvalova Lee match, which as an American I will certainly have my eyes on very carefully. But yeah, those are some scintillating matches, I got to tell you. Look at this one coming up on August 11th. That's going to be a great one.
It absolutely is. And what a day of chess we've had, full of thrills, spills. But we have 2 quarterfinalists at the end of it, Alexandra Kosteniuk and Polina Shuvalova. It has been an incredible day of chess. And I'd like to thank you, Jen, for being such an amazing co-host. It's been an absolute pleasure to hear your thoughts and just to share in this excitement. And I'd like to thank everyone at home for joining in the fun. It has been a wild ride today. And we can promise more of the same on Monday. And on Monday, well, tune in for the final round of 16s as we see some epic matches. Until then, stay safe and see you then.